All right, I think we are live. Hello, everybody in the chat. Hello, Red Ranger, Timothy, Riggs, Manletopia, Frank, Mr. Kush. Yeah, we have some crazy bitches also that we could probably attend to later. But first, hello, Outlaw. Oh, attend to later. Okay, now I'm ready. So I wanted to get your take on this. So somebody had shared it in the Discord. There's this chick that is, I guess she was almost pretty close to getting her master's degree in psychology. And she came up against some SJW type stuff. Now, I've listened to some of her videos. I haven't heard her use the word feminist. She's more or less kind of calling it SJW type of stuff, but it's literal crazy bitchery.
I haven't seen any of it. This is the first time I'm hearing about it.
Okay. Well, you are familiar with this specific university, right? This Antioch.
Yeah.
Antioch.
I actually, when I wanted to be a therapist, that was one of the schools that I was applying for. It was
Really?
Antioch University. Yeah. It's here in LA, and it's very much like on the west side. It's very well known. A lot of people get their degree from Antioch University.
Really?
Yeah. Like a lot. Like when you said the name, you saw my face, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
This is a bigger deal than what it seemed. It's like someone saying like they had this issue at UCLA. It's a very prominent university.
Okay, for psychology.
Yeah, for psychology.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, I want to play some of this because I mean, I just hear a bunch of feminist stuff. She never says feminist, so I feel like she's bringing the baton like 95% of the way there, and we just need to finish off that last 5%. This is some crazy shit, though. This also reminded me of a conversation that I had with a content creator. What was his name? Oh, shit. It escapes me right now, but he was trying to racially sensitivity training me.
Oh, there.
And he was doing the same shit. He claims to be living in Texas, in Houston, Texas. He also did racial sensitivity training for Texas A&M University Galveston. So it just happened that we crossed paths, but he's in the blackosphere. And he was puppeting so many feminist talking points, and I was trying to like pin him down on what do you mean by people that look like you, black people or black men, because we already have so many policies that disproportionately benefit black women over men. So when he's like, I want specific policies that only benefit people that look like me, I'm like, what do you mean by that? So we never got there. It turned into kind of a PUA / racial sensitivity training discussion where he was trying to shame and guilt me for being white. I'm like, people listen to you? You actually make money peddling this bullshit? This is fucking weird.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Since I've been in the manosphere, a lot of like, I do think that there's certain aspects, like everything else, that need to be addressed, but for the most part, it's not like that. And there's women that have come after me that have a whole following and have been completely racist towards anybody that's not black. It's weird. It's like a new thing that like, I'm not even white. And when I say that, they're like, yes, you are. I'm like,
right.
Okay, whatever. Okay. Yes, I am.
Right. Yeah, it's those people that play that racial identity game. And they seem to be the most fucking racist. But we can get to that later. I've already kicked all of those hornets' nests. None of those crazy bitches have enough courage to actually have a discussion, though, strangely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Right. You ready?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Leslie, and I would like to share with you my experiences in the clinical mental health counseling program at Antioch University and my concerns that graduates of this program may be unprepared to serve their clients as counselors based on the training that they've received. Counselors are being trained not to remain objective and neutral with their clients, but rather to see themselves as agents of social change and to view their clients as opportunities for imprinting extreme left-wing views. And I say this as someone who's always considered myself to be socially and politically liberal. Antioch has almost entirely replaced classical notions of education and psychology with social justice ideology. I'll give you some examples of how that plays out in counselor training. We were taught that our main role as counselors is not in our work with clients, individuals, and families, but rather as activists for social justice. We were taught to assess ourselves and our clients according to something called the addressing model. This uses the word addressing as an acronym, with each letter standing for a different demographic category. So age, disability, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, nationality, gender identity, socioeconomic status, etc. And for each of these categories, we are to give ourselves either a value of marginalized or privileged, and do the same for our clients, and then add these up and see who's more privileged. And this teaches you how you're supposed to interact with your client. And if either of you, if one of you is white and the other is not, then automatically that's the trump card. And so the non-white person is the marginalized person, no matter what the other categories say. And this sounds absolutely crazy, but this is actually what they are teaching in a graduate level clinical applied psychology program to future counselors. This is how you are to understand yourself and the person to whom you are speaking. We were taught to broach race early in the clinical relationship, preferably within the first session. And what that means is that no matter what the client is coming in for, could be relationship issues, depression, bereavement, any number of things that a person might come in to see a counselor for, you are to bring that conversation around to race. And if the person, you say you're a Black person and you're coming in, I'm supposed to say to you, how does it feel to you, a Black person, to sit with me, a white person, as your counselor? And then if it doesn't seem like it's a big deal to you, and it doesn't seem like race has been playing a big role in the issues that you're facing, I'm supposed to help increase, this is what we were told, increase your racial identity salience, which means making you more aware of how race, white supremacy, and systemic racism has impacted the problems that you're having today. And if you're a white person, I'm supposed to help you see how you have been perpetrating white supremacy knowingly and unknowingly against people of color, instead of helping you work on the problems that you are bringing in, or it in order to steer.
Is that fucking bullshit or what? They're perpetuating racism.
Yeah, I know. It's I mean, they're making it a bigger thing than what it is. I mean, I'm not saying, here's the thing. Racism is racism, so is sexism, so is ageism, whatever it is, right? But that only applies when something is actively happening. By actively bringing that to the table, you're making it an issue when it doesn't have, it's not an issue.
Yeah.
I've been, one of the best therapists that I had was a Black therapist. There was no color, there was no issue, there was no like, oh, well, I'm not taking your advice because you're a Black woman. Like, no, like, she was the best and she challenged my ideas the most objectively. There was never a conversation about race. That's hindering. That's making you into a victim and keeping you in a victim mentality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
your
God.
problems into a racial discussion. I had a professor at Antioch for a multicultural perspectives class, which was basically a social justice training class. who called white women basic bitches, Beckies, and nothing special, and told us that white women's tears have been overvalued. Antioch also promotes.
Guess where I hear that bullshit? In the crazy black bitchosphere. All these racist fucking feminist bitches like Cynthia G, Nyla, you know. I kind of put Cynthia G kind of at the head of a lot of
She's a
that
crazy
kind of shit.
asshole. She's the one that
Yeah.
commented on my shit saying like shit about biracial babies. Dude, what?
Yeah. This shit, they're literally puppeting the same bullshit that those crazy bitches online are doing. There was recently a therapist that got fired, a black woman. She got I don't know, doxxed or whatever. She made some videos that went viral talking shit about black men and all this stuff. And there's so many people that were upset that she got fired. But when I saw that, I was like, good fucking thing, because she's literally a Cynthia G puppet. She shouldn't be working anywhere in any health field, especially mental health field, getting away with doing what the fuck she's doing to men. Like, these women are psychotic.
Dude, this is bad because what
Yeah.
they're doing is they're training. Like I get it to a certain extent that they're like calling out like the Karens and stuff, but when you this is racial profiling first of all, and then when you implement that in a psychological level, the fact that these therapists are supposed to be trusted with objectiveness and solution, and instead you're bringing problems and not objectiveness, it's just retarded.
Yeah.
And they call them like that's that the equivalency of what's happening is again far off onto the other spectrum when you had people teaching in classes that black people were nothing but fill in the fucking blank.
Right.
And it wasn't
Exactly.
okay then and it's not okay now and it's going to be a fucking problem. God damn it. Sorry. God, why do you make me do this, good mother? You give me stuff I'm not cursing and I'm working on my not cursing, and then you give me this stuff and it's just like
it's okay. This is a safe cursing place.
This is I'm in LA. Antioch University is a respected university that many psychologists go to for their MFT and social work licensing.
Yeah.
Like they're teaching this?
Yep. They're teaching this at the university level. Well, they're teaching it in every single one of them, though. I mean, yeah, but this one might be super extreme enough to where it made at least this one person feel uncomfortable. But like my local university, they're teaching the same bullshit.
Yep, that's the problem of why I don't even want to live in LA anymore, because of this stuff. That's socially acceptable to think and act in this manner.
Right.
Dude, what?
Racial segregation among students, frequently inviting us to join either a BIPOC affinity group or a white affinity group. The white group used to be called an accountability group, but they've changed that language. They've softened it a little, I guess. They also are promoting language which would change the word woman, replace the word woman with the term AFAB, people with vulvas. AFAB stands for assigned female at birth. So
assigned
woman,
female
AFAB,
at birth.
People with vulvas.
Assigned female at birth. You know what? I've recently heard. All right, guy bro, you're not gonna be talking shit here. Sorry, dude.
I'm just
no, the AFAB stuff. I recently.
I know that. I'm sorry. Carry on.
No, I recently heard it on a commercial, and strangely, it was a commercial for like fucking HIV preventative pill, some kind of HIV prevention, and they literally said that in the what's it called, in the warning thing, you know, oh, if you're an assigned woman at birth, blah 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 blah. I was like, whoa, that's the first time I've heard that language, because I know a lot of people talk about the big pharma and blah 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 being a part of a lot of this shit, but they seem to have drinking that Kool-Aid too.
So I actually have been down a rabbit hole with this stuff that's going on with the whole assigned female at birth and
Uh-huh.
transformers and everything.
Yeah.
It's actually, I mean, even with the Balenciaga, I don't know if you've seen that stuff that's been happening. Their recent ad campaign had to do with a lot of child pedo stuff.
Mhm.
What they're doing is they are, I mean, there's also I can't even remember where I found this, but there was a psychologist tutor in one of the colleges in the Midwest or something that was talking about pedo is a psychological issue and we should treat them with compassion instead of ostracizing them. And it's creating this, sorry, I'm running on. There's a movement towards being sympathetic and empathetic and socially accepting pedo. And we
Mhm.
see that from the Balenciaga ad campaign that's happening. There was a lot of backlash, so they recanted it, but they're going to try again. I guarantee you. Adidas has been doing it as well. Then what you're having with the number one issue right now is with the fertility um, industry. They have been working more in silent and passing certain laws. One of the things that they're supposedly working on really soon is to pass a law when it comes to male and female or infertility. Long story short, they want it to be possible where these uh, trans people are going to be able to be giving birth in a way. It's I'm going to tell you this, it's all that weird like conspiracy stuff of like the infertility and how they're trying to make us infertile. It's all true. Birth control, infertile. Cancer stuff, infertile. COVID shots, infertile. Vaccines, infertile. It's you look at them and there's a huge population right now of women that are unable to have children. It also coincides with the whole men hating women and women hating men. That thing
Mhm.
came from the feminist movement, moved into it so that we're not going to procreate until longer. And that's when we're going to have issues, right? It's,
Mhm.
uh, and that's a lot of what this stuff has to do right now. This form of going to the root of it, so we're going to go ahead and brainwash all of these teachers that are going to go ahead and spread the information worldwide, especially to the susceptible and the vulnerable that are seeking help and guidance.
Our youth
And
and our mentally ill. Yes.
we're going to normalize it. So by the time
Yeah.
they roll it out the red carpet, the general society and the general public is going to be more adapt to it because they've already been subconsciously programmed, just like the feminist movement. It was all those like superheroes and all those things that I watched growing up. It was all subliminal. So now that when I became an adult, I don't need a man. I don't want a man. Now I'm 31. And I'm lucky where I'm 31, I still got that window. Like there's women that are not getting it until 35, 36, 40, 45 that haven't had children and haven't even had the opportunity. It's just this is really disgusting. It's really, really disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make a comment to the chat. Guy Bro, if you I don't know if you know much about this channel, but if you have an issue with the men, like this isn't the place to sort it out. Sorry. You can take that over to the guy's channel. The men sort out the men and the women kind of sort out the women in this neck of the woods. So
I really like that. It's be careful with I think Guybro's like aligning himself with the whole racist people thing, and I've been seeing him like charge into other people's like chats with these racial slurs. So
yeah.
it's just be careful of that. But it's I'm still like repulsed by this. I can't believe, like, of course I can believe this is
Yeah. This is a crazy bitch free zone. Anybody who is emotionally and mentally unstable who just wants to cause chaos is not welcome here. So this is an adult table. You can go fuck off and play at the kitty tables. Hermit will play with you, guy, bro. He'll play with you.
Can we keep watching it? I'm really
Yeah.
interested in the things that she's saying. It's just
Yeah.
They promote the concept of the trans child as well, which
what did I say?
which means that according to Antioch's teachings, children can know from very early in life that they are transgender, and that as a counselor, it's your job to affirm and help them on their path to physical alterations of their bodies, not to explore with them what's going on and why they feel the way that they do, and help them to become comfortable with their physical body without drugs and surgeries. The Chancellor of Antioch also sends out frequent emails in response to social current events in politics and culture. And these are editorials. Most recent one was about renaming Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. And these emails tell us in really strong language how we are supposed to feel and respond and act in response to these events. There's no attempt at neutrality. There's no attempt at remaining politically objective. These are left-wing political talking points. And it seems to me so highly inappropriate that this person uses their access to the entire student body worth of emails to spread their political points across,
Right.
far and wide. It's like a bullhorn. And
Dude, the chancellor, that's such an influential fucking position, man. that is abusing a power of authority to promulgate ideology.
She just said what I was saying, and it's one of the worst things that I see right now that's happening. She touched on, I didn't even know until recently, is that number one, when you're having a child now, the doctor will ask you, do you want a son or a daughter, a male or a female? What? First of all, that shouldn't be again, my brain spazzes out. Second of all, when a child is confused, the appropriate thing is to let them work out that confusion, not solidify what they're confused about. And so while there is something to be said about men or women that transition into the opposite sex because that's how they feel, sometimes you have men that have ovaries and sometimes you have women that have testes. You can also take a look at the brain formalities and sizes.
But you're talking about genetic deformities.
Yep. Number one, it's
not the socially constructed and
exactly. And that's why I'm saying this is it's not to say, oh, this is real. It's to say it is a deformity. It is something that's an anomaly. We don't know why it happens, but even then, those cases are so small. But we've imprinted a society to make it so relevant and okay that what we're doing is when a child, like a little boy, says he wants to wear dresses and we don't know why, instead the doctors, the churches, the therapists, they're all going and they're saying, well, this is what we're going to do to transition him, as opposed to, well, why do you feel that way? Well, oh, you just want to wear dresses? Well, how about you try pants that are prettier? Or that's what we used to do. Now I've been saying it for a long time. They used to do it subliminally. They're getting to a point where it is completely in your face. They're not hiding it anymore. And that's why last time I was on your stream, I had such a freak out because I forgot your friend's name that he said it. So it's stuck in my brain. Contriver said it. He was like, a masculine republic turns into a feminine democracy, turns into tyranny, and we are in tyranny. This isn't even the feminine democracy anymore. This is tyranny.
Yes, it's soft authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said it too. I had a friend that was he was a Ukrainian ex-Russian spy. It's a mouthful to say. He moved. We used to have dinner once a month, and he told me one day, he's like, I just want to let you know I finished my building my house in Costa Rica. Just watch out what's going to happen in the next couple years. And this is where we're at. And his warning is just like in my head all the time now because I'm looking left and right. And he was like, I've been in a country where this happened. It's happening again. I've been in 2 countries where this happened. They pretend that it's for the people. They pretend that it's for the good. And secretly they insert all of their oh God.
Yeah. All right. More?
Yeah.
Can I torture you with some more of this?
Yeah, this is gonna be going on Good Mother Stream is like a torture.
No, it's the crazy bitch boot camp. We only take the elites, the people that can handle the most torture.
God.
I've responded to these and I get dismissals. I have reached out to my faculty advisor about my concerns about the program. I've reached out to the chair of the department. I have filed grievances with the provost. All of my concerns are being dismissed. Most recently, the faculty advisor admitted to me that they are aware that they are not training counselors who are going to be able to work with, in her words, the Trump supporter. So this is turning counseling into a profession that seeks to remake you, the client, in one political ideological form and pathologize alternative ways of thinking and sociocultural political viewpoints. I have almost finished this degree. I only have a few classes left to take, and I'm finding myself kind of at a stopping point right now because they've instituted a civility pledge, which is a pledge to social justice ideology. It's being aware of racism, ableism, heterosexism, et cetera, and privileged and marginalized identities. I cannot sign this pledge. I do not agree with this ideology. I will not sign this pledge just because they have my master's degree held hostage. I hope that people are starting to become aware of just how significant this cultural takeover is, this divisive and hateful ideology. This is the implications for mental health care, for people seeking mental health services, for people going to college or sending their kids to school are huge. I really hope people will take this seriously and let's put a stop to this nonsense.
Yes.
Let's bring back sanity.
Yes.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, let me here, I'm gonna drop this. This chick needs some support. I'm gonna drop her link in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna support. She's in reality. I'm in LA. I'm gonna reach out to her because
yeah, reach out to her.
I say it all the time. It's like I don't like when I'm in LA, I don't like leaving my house. I try to, but then I get out and about and it's like unless I have a core group of guy friends and like maybe one or two girlfriends, and we can just have a good time. There's nothing stupid there's a lot of stupidity being said, but it's what she's going through is what I go through, why I don't talk to more people, why I don't I hear these conversations and most of the people are siding with what she's being taught.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, graduate student terminated for exposing partisan bias counseling.
Hi.
Education? What?
A week ago yesterday, I recorded and posted a video exposing trainings at Antioch University that teach counselors to be agents of social change in accordance with social justice ideology. I shared some examples of how the school attempts to influence students using political talking points, radical gender concepts, and racially divisive rhetoric. And I shared with you that my faculty advisor admitted to me that they are aware that they are not training counselors who are going to be able to work with, and again, these were her words, the Trump supporter. Everything that I discussed and shared with you was either taught to me in a class at Antioch or shared with me by the school as an Antioch student. 2 days ago, Antioch deactivated my supervision assist account. This is an account that I paid for myself, and it contained hours and hours of my work with clients as well as instructor feedback. And then yesterday, Antioch terminated my student account. So without any notice to me or any disciplinary proceedings, it appears that I am no longer enrolled as a graduate student. The fact that they have done this indicates to me that they don't want this information given to the public. They don't want
Obviously
to know that they are training counselors to be politically partisan, or that they are training counselors to evaluate and work with their clients based not on complex human psychology, but based on a matrix of privilege and demographic characteristics. Please help me share this information and don't let them be successful in their attempts to, I don't know, it sounds dramatic, but silence this. People
That's
deserve
exactly-
to know that the mental health care field is compromised by social justice ideology. This has serious implications for anyone seeking mental health services, as well as students going into higher education. Please help me get the word out. This is really happening. It's an American university, and this is really how they're teaching students.
Absolutely. Johnny Midnight said she's considering moving to Texas to finish her degree. Dude, wouldn't it be perfect if she came to Texas A&M? That would be great.
I hope she goes anywhere else except for here, because it's when I say it's this, I mean, we've talked about it. Like, I'm straight up, I'm trying to monetize my channel, get bigger, move my family anywhere else so that I can keep doing this. It's when I say, like, I'm scared for her, I'm freaking terrified for her. Legitimately. Like, they're not just gonna like cancel her education. They're going to make it look like, first off, they're probably going to make it look like she never attended, like she didn't have a degree, or not degree, but she didn't have the credits that she's already done. They're going to tarnish her reputation. They're going to isolate her. I'm like,
yep. Yeah. Well, I have not been through all of her videos, but I think it's crazy. It looks like maybe she's doing keep a dialogue going, keep talking. Katie speaks out. This is a violation of their autonomy. And Antac responds 8 days ago.
let's watch that one.
Yeah.
A current Antioch student who shares my concerns but has been afraid to challenge the orthodoxy has shared a couple of documents with me that were sent to the student body about me from school administration. And I would like to share those with you right now. I've already posted these to my Substack, but I am going to put them up here so that everybody can see them, and I'll go ahead and read them out loud as well. In addition, I was contacted by the school directly to see if I would like to register for classes in the spring. And this was an unusual email that I received, because typically emails about registration come from the registrar and from someone in human resources, and they are sent out to all the students in mass. And this one was addressed directly to me, and it came from the department chair. And so it did seem a little strange. Also, I am still blocked out from accessing large amounts of my student information, coursework that I've done, other student resources folders. I'm still not able to access these, and I am not able to do other things, like when a couple of times I've received items that I can't open because they are protected and only for people who are in the student community. So I'm able to see that some restrictions have been placed on my account. It's sort of functioning as like a ghost account, where it appears that I have a student account, but I've actually been severely restricted in what I'm able to do. So I have written back, and I've responded to the email that I received, as well as to the emails that were sent out to the student body. And I will read you my response as well after I first show you what the school has sent me. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. All right, so this is sent to all the students from Sean Fitzgerald, who is the CEO. And he says, "Greetings, CMHC, CES faculty and students. As the Dean of the Graduate School of Counseling, Psychology, and Therapy I wanted to take a moment to share with you a position statement developed by the AUNE, which is Antioch, New England, and AUS, Antioch, Seattle, counseling departments in response to material posted online expressing ideologies in opposition to where we as a community stand in our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I stand with our counseling faculty in our unwavering commitment to ensuring social justice remains front and center in our programs. And I firmly believe there is no place in our community for those expressing racist and transphobic ideologies. A primary crisis team consisting of the Dean of CPT, Sean Fitzgerald, the CEO of the Seattle campus, Ben Pryor, University Counsel, Mary Granger, and the Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Melissa Kirk, has been established to serve as the first point of contact in matters related to these developments. Melissa will set up a Google Doc for the AUNE AUS community to share updates, concerns, pose questions. This will give us a single location versus email to capture information needed to inform decision-making. Access to this document will be shared ASAP. I am proud to be working with the faculty and student body who are clearly committed and aligned with the university's mission. Sean Fitzgerald. So this was shared, I guess, to everybody. It wasn't shared to me.
Huh.
And here's the document that he attached to that. AUNE and AUS Allied Counseling Department, Commitment to Social Justice in Counseling. So this is their position statement. We are aware of material posted online by one person expressing white supremacy, transphobia, and other harmful ideologies in direct opposition to our professional ethical guidelines as counselors.
Right.
These posts directly impact our university and program community and the integrity of the counseling profession. We will not engage in a battle of hate speech on social media. The AUNE and AUS Allied Counseling Department stand in solidarity, reaffirming the following statement. The AUNE and AUS Allied Counseling Department is committed to ensuring social justice is at the heart of the work we do as counselors, educators, supervisors, and researchers. Simply put, we believe in equal rights and equitable opportunities for all. As highlighted in our mission statement, we confront oppression and injustice and bring forth intersectionality in our teaching so that future counselors may enter into the profession with the ability to work with diverse individuals, groups, and social systems within a multicultural global community. The department is guided by the ethics and competencies set forth by our professional organization, the American Counseling Association, and endorses the public statements of anti-racism, ban on conversion therapy, access to gender-aligned restrooms, and many others that promote the dignity and welfare of people. Further, we have received specialized accreditation from CACREP, ensuring that all 900 plus counseling programs offered by 400 plus universities under accreditation teach multicultural counseling, social justice, and advocacy. Here at Antioch, we aim to integrate these concepts throughout every educational experience we provide. While we may be challenged at times, we unapologetically value diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we stand proud in our pursuit for mental health and wellness for all. We strive to do our best for our students, the clients you will serve, and for every member of our community. We are committed to creating a community of care and learning that will not leave anyone behind who embraces the values of the counseling profession. We are honored that you have chosen to learn with us. Students, along with faculty and staff, are encouraged to refrain from engaging in unproductive dialogue via social media. Watching this misdirected video will have the unintended consequences of giving more power to this voice. Instead, please reach out to your faculty advisors, program directors, department chairs, and student community groups for support and guidance. As a reminder, all CMHC students have
Don't leave the
access to Well
plantation.
to receive 24/7 support and short-term counseling for free. And then he gives a phone number for that. So, okay, I'll read you my response back to the invitation
I would
to
love to
register,
see the
and this
response.
encompasses my response to this position statement.
They didn't send that one to her.
So here we go. Let's see.
Yeah,
Dear
I
Dr.
know.
Corey and Antioch administration, thank you for your email inviting me to register for the spring term. Because I have invested a great deal in this master's program and am close to the end of my coursework, I am considering the option of continuing to take the rest of my remaining classes. However, I would like reassurance from the university that I will not face any retaliation for speaking out about my concerns regarding the partisan and ideological biases of the program. I would like full access to my student accounts, prior courses, and student resource folders reinstated. And I would like to have full access to everything all other Antioch students can access, including the Google Drive documents created to discuss me and my YouTube channel. I also want to make it clear that I will continue to speak my mind openly in public and in school as guided by my conscience. This includes criticisms of Antioch's interpretation of social justice, inclusion of critical race theory in counselor training, promotion of radical gender ideology that seeks to erase the word woman, and attempts by administration and faculty to politically influence and intimidate students with biased partisan rhetoric. I am also unable to sign Antioch's civility pledge because the first two lines of it constitute a theological framework with which I do not align. I would like reassurance that my free expression of my beliefs and conscientious objection to this pledge will not result in academic or administrative retaliation. Furthermore, I would like a public written apology from the school for the accusations you leveled at me that I have expressed white supremacist and transphobic views.
An apology.
I have not done so, and I view Antioch's encouragement to students and faculty to avoid exposure to my actual arguments and instead accept this gross misrepresentation as an incitement that puts me at risk of being personally targeted and potentially harmed. I have previously requested a dialogue with the school to discuss a full reimbursement of my tuition. My requests have been ignored by the administration. If Antioch will not grant me the terms I have outlined above, I would like to again put forward this request. Respectfully yours, J. Leslie Elliott. So I feel like with this position statement, they have given my argument a great gift in a way, because if you've been following my videos and if you've been listening to what I've been saying, you will know that I have not expressed white supremacist views. Far from it. I do not believe in white supremacy or the supremacy of any racial or ethnic group. I believe that we all deserve to be treated as human beings and to be allowed the opportunity to be seen as individuals. And this position that I am taking, this argument that I am making, is accounted for within the social justice framework. There's a response for this. The response to what I just said is that the default is centering whiteness. The default is white supremacy. So if you are not actively fighting against whiteness and putting white people down and assuming the marginalization and the inferior status of people of color, then you are promoting white supremacy and you are a racist.
Yep.
So for anybody who maybe thought that I was exaggerating, I hope that you'll go back and actually listen to the words that I've said and the things that I've talked about in these videos and ask yourself, does that seem like white supremacy? Does that seem like somebody who's promoting white supremacy? Because I have been directly accused in this position statement.
See, and you know what the fucked up thing about it is? These people are literally just projecting their own bullshit onto others. Like, it's that simple. These radical social justice warriors that are literally that mentally ill and delusional are just projecting their own bullshit onto her. Like, you can't rationalize that.
I can't imagine what that felt like to like read that email that you're not included in and being called a white supremacist when your whole ordeal in becoming a therapist or a psychologist is to help. Period. It's This is disgusting.
Oh yeah. Big time.
And Antioch is a private university. It is costly to go there. It is extremely
so they don't receive any public taxpayer funding whatsoever?
Sure, they've received something. It's Antioch. It's like Pepperdine. They're still receiving something. They've got everybody in their pockets. It's
wow.
what happens to people like this is they just come up missing. That's the thing that people don't realize. Like no,
I don't know.
you think that I'm telling you, I'm here, I'm watching it happen. We have more people missing in LA that's not being talked about than ever before. And it's not the leftist crazy people that are like cheering on and rioting and pillaging. It's these people. It's and the narrative goes into like what they're saying, like, oh, she's involved in white supremacy, oh, she's going crazy, oh, she's doing drugs, oh, it's not a joke at this point. Like,
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it's like to live in California. I know what it's like to live in Washington State, which is also very deep blue. But I think it's different. The culture there is different than even California.
I keep saying it's like when you have gay and trans people saying that like this is too much. Like I have a lot of gay and trans people that are saying this is way too much. This is crazy. None of this makes any sense. We're not crying about anything. We only wanted to be able to be ourselves. We never wanted to impose our beliefs or our experiences on other people. They're the ones that are trying to be loud about why is it that doctors and psychologists and everybody, they're imposing children on becoming trans.
Mm-hmm.
You have trans and gay people saying that there's something wrong.
Right.
I have one lady that agreed to be on my panel. I'm working on it. I'm working
on
it.
Good.
There's a whole community, and they're all saying the same thing. I mean, one of them was making a joke because, what's the black lady's name? Our vice president? Why am I not remembering her name?
Kamala Neepads Harris.
Yeah, that crazy psycho. She made a speech saying, like, the LGBTQ community has never been in more danger than it is now, and so many gay and LGBTQ people reposted that, and they're making jokes of it, like, honey, we've got to go. Kamala Harris, she said we're in danger. I don't know, but we're in danger. We got to go. Like, they're making fun of it, and it's oh god. But then you also have the other people that have fed into it that think that it's moral text professional challenges hiring program that excludes whites.
This is what's going on at my university. This gentleman, I've been watching the Texas Faculty Senate meetings for a while, and they have lots and lots of this diversity, inclusion, equity bullshit that has seeped into that university. Well, every time there's a meeting and somebody with some kind of common sense and critical thinking skills chimes in to say some shit about what they're doing, a fucking feminist always cuts them off. And it's weird because recently they were having a vote to be for or against a specific policy because Texas A&M right now is being sued. They are being sued and they're gonna fucking lose their ass. Yet these idiots, all these damn professors, still want to support the same damn policies that they're getting sued for and make more of them, right? Here, I'm going to play this clip because this is a perfect example of what my guys have to deal with.
Girl, you give me so much anxiety.
No. Listen to this. No, listen to Adam and then listen to the feminist that's a dean in engineering's response to what he says. Okay? Because it's the same damn response. It's fucking crazy. Listen to this shit though.
Senator Kolozinski has his hand up.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Klein. I believe that voting on or even debating this resolution is extremely unwise because one of the programs it endorses is subject to litigation. Someone has sued the university alleging that the ACES Plus program violates the Civil Rights Act of 1965. Weighing in on a program that is subject to litigation, whose outcome is highly uncertain, is an extremely bad idea, as we are not court and we are not lawyers. Some of you may not want to hear this, but quite a few legal experts think the case against the university has a reasonable chance of succeeding. The plaintiff's attorneys are not some fly-by-night hacks. One of the lead attorneys, Jonathan Mitchell, served as the Solicitor General of the state of Texas for 5 years and has argued 5 cases before the Supreme Court. He's also been on the law school faculty at Stanford and the University of Chicago. Many of you, I am sure, are diametrically opposed to his politics, but it would be very foolish for you not to acknowledge that he is a highly knowledgeable, experienced, and successful litigator. Someone of his caliber does not take a case like this unless it has a reasonable chance of success. A professor at UC Berkeley Law School, John Yoo, as well as a sitting federal civil rights commissioner and professor of law at San Diego State, Gail Herriot, have both publicly opined that the plaintiff has a strong case. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and neither are most of you, but I think you need to take seriously that several formidable legal minds think the plaintiff's case is strong. I realize that other lawyers have been quoted saying otherwise, so it's no slam dunk. Nevertheless, if you are honest with yourself, I think you cannot help but conclude that there is some significant probability a court will rule the ACES Plus program is illegal. I don't know exactly what that probability is, but it certainly is well above 0. Now ask yourself, how would it make this body look if we ended up endorsing a program that turned out to violate federal civil rights law? Do I need to remind you all that higher education features prominently on the agenda of the upcoming legislative session, and that we are going to be receiving an unusually high degree of scrutiny this time around? I'm sorry, but in this environment, it's just not prudent for us to be endorsing a program for which there is a risk it will be ruled illegal, especially when a majority of state legislatures would probably disagree with the program, even if it were legal. What's the upside of passing this resolution? This case is going to be decided on the legal merits. Our opinion is irrelevant to the court. So if you support the ACES Plus program, what good could this resolution possibly do for you? As a financial economist, I see all risk and no reward. Now, some people might answer me by saying the resolution doesn't endorse the possibly illegal ACES Plus program itself, but only its goals. Well, I hate to break it to you, but the lawsuit alleges that one of the goals of the program is one of the things that makes it illegal. I'm talking about the goal to, quote, move the structural composition of our faculty toward parity with that of the state of Texas. I took that verbatim from the ACES Plus memo NK sent out to the deans back in July. That means the resolution as written is explicitly taking a position on the merits of the lawsuit. I submit to you that we are not a court, we are not a jury. Very few of us are lawyers. We therefore have no business inserting ourselves into such litigation. But I'll go a step even further. Even if this ACES Plus goal is legal, and several independent legal experts I've spoken with personally think it most likely isn't, it's immoral in my view. According to the Diversity Office, 15% of our faculty are Asian. But that only counts Asians who are US citizens. If we are also to include the international Asian faculty, by my very rough estimate, Asians are around 20% of our faculty. Now, do any of you all know what the Texas population of Asians is? Yeah, it's about 5%. So Asians are overrepresented among our faculty relative to Texas by a factor of about 3 or 4, depending on if you use the 15% or 20% estimate. If you are serious about supporting the ACES Plus program goal of moving the structural composition of our faculty to parity with the state of Texas, then we are effectively supporting the replacement of 2/3 to 3/4 of our Asian faculty solely because of their race. If you support this resolution, I ask you, which 3/4 of your Asian colleagues do you want to get rid of? Or do you instead support making most new faculty positions one to which Asians need not apply for like the next decade? By the way, that's what the ACES Plus program does. It creates new faculty positions to which no Asians need apply. And also Irish. It's kind of funny. We're back to the point in our country's history where Irish need not apply either, it looks like. But that is what the goal of the ACES program, the ACES Plus program of structural parity is going to require. Is NK Anand, one of the architects of the ACES Plus program and an Asian, willing to resign his position to bring about structural parity with the state population? And this is, of course, nothing to say to all the white senators who support this program. Whites aren't overrepresented on our faculty to nearly the degree Asians are, but they're overrepresented nonetheless. Are all you white supporters of the ACES Plus program willing to step down so that we can move toward structural parity with the state of Texas? Somehow I doubt it. Before you vote, please reflect on how this resolution will support the immoral goals of the ACES Plus program will make our Asian colleagues feel. Will it make them feel welcome? Would it make you feel welcome if you know that your group is overrepresented by a factor of 3 or 4, and the university has the goal of bringing the university to structural parity with Texas? I doubt it. I can in fact tell you that many of my Asian constituents are pretty damn angry about it. In fact, a lot of my constituents of all ethnicities are pretty angry because many of us agree with the 70% of the American people and probably a higher percentage of the Texas populace that it is grossly immoral to make hiring decisions on the basis of race, no matter what your lofty goals to rationalize it may be. Perhaps some of you support this resolution for the purposes of virtue signaling, knowing well that it's not going to impact the outcome of the case. Well, the polling data suggests most Texans, the people we serve, will think you're vice signaling. Please think about that and its political ramifications in the next legislative session before you vote. Thank you.
Did you want to guess which feminist chimes in? She's actually not on the...
Oh, she's not? Damn it.
Well, Here.
Senator Hill Price has her hand raised.
There she is. Right here.
I am almost speechless.
Of course
I think
you are.
that was extraordinarily offensive, and but you're entitled to your opinion and to your freedom of speech, and I appreciate the fact that you have that. I
you liar.
disagree with
Right?
the things that you said. I support this resolution, and so I'd like to talk about that. That again, pointing out that it doesn't say that we are specifically supporting those programs, but programs that are things such as that. Those examples.
You
I
wordsmith?
hope that we
Are you
can
retarded? Sorry.
help support.
This is what the guys have to deal with. This is a feminist from the engineering. She's a fucking dean.
Well, I know that's
She
why.
no. She was elected into a position by more feminists
I know.
into a leadership position.
Of course, that's how it works. Let me hide behind this facade of what it is, and then give you power so you can do whatever the hell you want. And then that's the part where you and I have talked about it. It's like if girls come after my guys, I'm gonna go full throttle. If girls come after your girls or guys, then you go full throttle. But the thing is that like that's oh God.
No. This is they're all voting to support more diversity, inclusion, equity stuff. And after this, look what the vote was. At least 12 people. Where is it? 12 people. Where is it? Yeah. The vote was 54-12. At least 12 people deserve to keep their fucking jobs. 54 of those people voted to support the racist and sexist policies.
And this is the part where it's like I told you before, I'm more aligned with the Black pillars because it's not the, stuff that is misrepresenting that sector, but like it's really the ultimate truth. And the reality of this is that they're screwing themselves by voting. If there's that, and here's another reality, right? In Asian culture, it is like education is the number one importance. So they're more than qualified to be able to be objective, to teach properly, to everything. So what you're saying is you're lowering your standard of education in order to include other races, which doesn't And she's just a wordsmith. She just manipulated that whole conversation. She didn't even say anything in what she was saying.
Oh, wait, just wait, because she brings up taxpayers too.
Support our DEI initiatives and intent from our university, and support the coordinating board initiatives to be able to better represent the people of the state of Texas who are paying for our services and paying taxes to support us. And so I would encourage you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Look at these faces. And then this crazy bitch jumps in. Dude, this crazy bitch, Tracy, I don't understand why she does what she does. I was looking at the last fucking, like, she has to feel all important, right? She has to be part of these meetings. So much so, like this last one, her kid was like climbing all over her. Like all over her while she was having to take part in this meeting. Like,
He doesn't believe in spanking either.
Probably not. I don't know. But her kid was wanting her time and attention, and she was giving it to the diversity, inclusion, equity gods. We'll just
What's
call
crazy
it.
to me is I see so many white people. How did this pass? Are you guys retarded?
White guilt. White guilt. White guilt.
It wasn't them though. They're not the ones doing it. That was the ancestors. Yeah, they fucked up. Whatever. Move on.
It's the feminists. The feminists do it. The feminists are in charge at these universities. Yeah.
The more that I come on here, the more I believe you, and I don't like that I believe you. I wish it was wrong.
I know. Me too. Me too. No. I've been watching this unfold at my local university for 13 fucking years. And I have a lot of clients that have to work under these conditions. So I get the inside scoop. Like, I have at least 8 clients that are on this fucking board. And I guarantee 8 of those votes against this bullshit were people I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is this not, like, of course, how we know how it's not talked about. It's just,
Yeah.
I'm going to become a passport bro and just leave the country. Like,
There's no place to run and hide from feminism. I'm sorry. Each country is at different fucking stages of this cancer.
Oh my god.
So there's nowhere to go.
Then what to do? That's the question. Just keep talking about it. Because at this point, like, I'm getting, the more that I hang out in the manosphere, I'm not even going with all the subdivisions, but the more that I'm here, the more that I get angry, and the more, like, I'm repulsed by my own gender. I'm repulsed by, I mean, you know, it's funny actually. No, it's like the woman we were just talking about. It's like, I'm here for supporting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I still have, like, big time people coming after me just because I won't submit to whatever it is they want. It's like, damned if you do, damned if they don't. It's
Yeah. And a lot of guys wonder why more women aren't speaking up. No,
I try to tell people. I had one with Ash Thought on actually Kings and Dreams, and we were talking about it. We were literally saying, I said, she took a bunch of my talking points and I switched it up on her. And I just told her, I'm like, I gave up on women. I don't see enough women talking about this to have hope. I have actually, through this and through TikTok, met more women like you where they're speaking up about it. They're talking about it, or they'll just leave supporting comments. But when it comes to the reality of it, I get so much hate right now that there is a side of me that's scared, not for myself, but for my family. And so when I was saying this to her, like, of course women aren't speaking about it, because when women do speak up about it, they're called pick-me's, they're called all sorts of things. They're doxxed, they're made an example of to the rest of the female whatever. It's scary to speak up. It is terrifying. We see big time people getting canceled and little people like us are doing it. It's scary. But somehow
I don't worry about that. I feel like if you have boobs, Minka, you can only be canceled if you allow it.
And that's kind of what I'm learning from you is that
Yeah.
like I mean, I thought that to a certain extent, but I mean, I've had more freedom of speech on your platform than anywhere else. And I keep checking that video and I'm like, it's still not going down. It's still not going down. And I keep looking at things and it's like, damn, like, okay, maybe she's speaking up. I'm going to keep tabs. I want to reach out to her because we're both in LA. She's like 20 minutes away from me. If she's at Antioch and it really is coming down to like the women do need to speak up. It has.
Yeah.
Sorry, you like spurred me out.
Well, let's take a little break. The Catch uploaded another video.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you. I haven't seen it. So, Catch is like a new content creator just roasting everybody. And I
love it.
I got tagged in that and I was like, what? Let's see this. I need a good moment.
Yeah. Hold on. The crazy bitch destroyer. Yes. And Rishi, the toadstool that wouldn't simp. Simp for who? Ash thought?
Yeah. He like called her out on a stream.
Yeah, good. Yeah, fuck that crazy bitch.
Good mother. What?
Oh, love it.
Rishi's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me straighten that out. Oh no, I like Rishi too. Oh no, I like Rishi too. Oh no, I like Rishi too.
Move, Toad.
Rishi's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so
Jump.
let me straighten
Jump.
that out.
Yes.
You're being a cocksucker right now. Where the fuck are?
Oh my God, I love that. Oh, this is becoming my favorite channel in the world.
I can't believe they used her freaking on me.
Oh, it's so adorable. I love it.
I like Rishi. Oh my
Oh.
God, there's like a tear. This is so
I
funny.
know. Me too. I was like, oh, I hope Rishi moves. See, I've been telling these men, I'm like, quit getting in my way while I'm sorting out these crazy bitches. Like, men, go over. Like, I'm trying to get the men out of my fucking way because the only power these crazy bitches have is to emotionally terrorize a man to come after me.
Yep.
I'm like, you know how fucking unnatural that is? Like, I don't want to hurt the men.
The man's like everything. It's. I mean, even the guys that have like made me cry, they'll like stop once they're like, we'll talk to you later. Like it's in the DNA for men to want to protect women, and so it's.
But not against another woman. That's unnatural.
That's what I
That
mean.
is severely unnatural.
That's what I mean. It's just,
That is so damn funny. That's why Billy the Goat calls me what the T800 or whatever.
Jesus.
These are adorable. I love them.
I needed that. Thank you, because that was better than this whole. It's to just keep making contact, keep calling it out. It's just this is so repulsive of what's happening. They're trying to make, and it's under the hidden agenda. It's under the like, it's like the Trojan horse. Oh, we're trying to make it more equal and more blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Well, how about the Asian students that have been working their entire lives, giving up weekends and everything, working hard to get their placement in that college. And the fact that they've been shunned away or they're dismissed it's like a trend. There's a lot of, especially within the Asian culture, these kids work their asses off. They apply for the school and then they get denied based on the idea that one of the other like 10 schools are going to say yes. What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Edith.
Why guard and protect something that oh.
I don't know. Why don't you ask those gulag PUAs why they protect not so awesome Alice?
God. It's
Yeah.
just.
I agree. Go ask your SYSBM friends that, Edith. Why they like to protect bastard factories. The PUA. I feel like PUA comes first and foremost, and then it's SYSBM. So they're LARPing under the SYSBM banner at the moment. Those gulag PUAs.
I really you said something about the vulnerable hangover last time, and I feel like it took me like
Vulnerability
5
hangover.
days. Yeah, it took me like 5 days to get through that hump, and now I'm like, God, I want to eat some fries and crawl back into bed.
Yeah.
It's just all right. Well, I'm gonna say this is the more I get exposed to this stuff, the angrier I get, and the less I am. If you actually know me in real life, I've always been this way of like when it's wrong, it's wrong. When it's right, it's
Yeah.
right. This is just
Yeah.
wrong on so many levels. It's wrong.
Yeah. I agree.
Like I can't even hide. I don't even. I feel less comfortable hiding and not talking about this stuff than I ever did before. It's just, it's different when it's just, and I'm being real honest here. It's different when it's about like the men's supporting men and their rights and like and all of that stuff. This is if you are a human being and you're not talking about this and you're not bringing this to light, it's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse and worse. We're already seeing it. And what people are not thinking about is it's one thing for us, right? I mean, to me, I'm 30 years old. I am kind of like, I can settle down and have kids and everything, but what about my kids? What are they going to have to go through? So what if he says, or one of my kids says that they feel a certain way, boom, there it is. They're going to transition into something else. And if I have anything to fight or say against it, that what, they're going to take my kids away? You're going to call CPA? It's yeah, break free. It's going to be breaking free. Damn, you're creating a monster.
Listen to the end. Did we not hear the end of it?
Oh. I guess not. What's the...
Right. All right, Billy, you're back.
Wait, are you going to play? Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, I'll play it. With the end?
I guess.
No.
Actually, Richie's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me straighten that out. You're being a cocksucker right now, Richie. You sure the fuck are.
I didn't hear that part before.
Oh, I heard it. Yeah.
It was really funny. I was actually watching that stream behind the scenes. Like, I didn't comment or anything. I wanted to so bad, but I'm like, you know what? Stay out of it. Stay out of it. It was funny because she exemplified exactly what she does. She went in there, duplicitous whore, just, oh, hello, whoa. As soon as anyone had anything to say against her,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh my God. And then she's saying, like, yeah, I did send my nudes to everyone. No, you guys can't have it. I'm like, this is what I mean when I said she's just burying herself. It's, oh God. She's a feminist, and I've never been so against feminism in my life. Oh my God.
See, I put them under the crazy bitch umbrella. I haven't met a feminist yet that wasn't a crazy bitch. Yeah.
Well, thank you for this. You're definitely be making me more of a angry person towards us wanting to fight more. It kind of makes all of the, oh my God, did someone make a channel for me? There's a grandma monkey lips in the chat.
With Oki's face.
Oh no, you bastard. I was going to do that. Oh.
Nah, let the guys let the guys do the guys. They'll sort them out.
No,
Wait,
but
wait.
I wanted to have an account saying grandma monkey lips. So that
Oh, you
people
can
would know
totally.
it was me.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
I did that for a while with the evil mother thing.
That's awesome.
Alice made this crazy bitch Alice. She's spent the whole past week fucking psycho posting shit and tagging tons of people. She keeps going after guys that associate with this channel. So she's yeah.
Fucking dumb bitch. Sorry.
They are
There we
dumb
go.
bitches. They are so fucking dumb, man.
That's the other thing is why are the women going after the men? It's even with this whole Ash thought BS. I'm the one that made the decision to like Trojan horse her, if you want to call it that, because she crossed over the line and went after my guys. So at the end of it, she keeps on going after the men. she kind of skims over Minka and the better biatches, and then she goes, she was being manipulated and she was being puppeteered by the guys. It's like, no, bitch, you fucked up, and I'm going after you. Now the rest of everyone's seeing who you are.
I don't think they have the ability, being man haters, I don't think they have the ability to give women full credit for wanting to put them in place. They still blame the men.
Oh.
I've run into this with Alice. She still was blaming Billy for me going after her and putting her on my crazy bitch list.
That's what
I'm like,
saying,
how?
You deserve that all on your own, woman. You deserve to be on that crazy bitch list. You deserve anything bad that happens to you. I'm getting to the point where I'm being really like, it's hard. I've been saying it from, if you see any of my streams from the beginning, I told you, I don't want to go after the women. I don't want to go after the women. And now it's like, y'all make it real hard to not go after you.
Yeah. So you're going to have to, you're going to have to.
No, I have no problem with it now.
Give that up.
No, I already gave it up. It's not just Ash Thought. It's random women on TikTok. I'm watching them go after the men in my comment section. I'm watching them go. It's just.
Yeah. They're using your channel like a hunting ground.
I know, but it's not. It's these men aren't even saying. This is the crazy part. It's not like our YouTube drama or at least mine and everything that's happening. These are men that's just they're just. I have one post of, this woman was saying, men that take advantage of you. Do you ladies think that men are doing it consciously or unconsciously? Is basically the gist of it. And I did a stitch asking the men, if you were screwed over by a woman to the point where you no longer can open up your heart in terror and fear of a woman taking complete advantage of you, please leave a comment below. And it could be anything like an ant. In 24 hours, it was up to 46. Like, and the women are going after those guys. They're commenting, oh, you sound like a beta. Oh, you just couldn't handle a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, you hear some of the men left their actual stories of what happened to them. And it's awful.
Yeah.
Like it's not like the web. And this is the part where, like, even I told my dad the other day, like, being in this place is mind boggling, because it's taught me a lot of valuable things, like what men are actually looking for. Because I definitely signed up to the BS of like, I can go out. It's not like I go out or I never go out or I never go home with men, so it shouldn't be a problem. And the reality, I know. The reality is you are who you hang out with. If you go and do that, it makes you have that appearance, whether you're doing it or not, guilty by association. And that's the reality that I had to face. Yeah. I'm just, girl.
Yeah. Well, you're the most honest bitch I've come across online. So as long as you keep being honest, I don't think we'll have any issues.
Yeah, and it's I'm not gonna lie, it's scary being your friend, not because of the as you say, the baggage that you come with. It's not that. It's I'm vulnerable to the point where everyone should know this, that you can demolish me more than anybody else could. The
Yeah.
people closest to me can do that. They know more
Yeah.
about me in order to do that, right? So I don't have anything to hide, and I'm just in good faith. It's like, hopefully you seem reasonable, you seem
Yeah.
logical. It's not
Yeah.
like you're gonna see something and be like, oh, Minka did this. It's You're gonna have a conversation with me
Yeah,
first.
I don't really care about all the reputation destruction shit that's out there. I mean, you have a past. You grew up in an environment that stuff's very prevalent. I mean, we have to be realistic about all these damn things. Like super
Yeah.
realistic.
Well, even one of the things I told my mom, because I had a problem with the way that my mom hit me as a kid. I still
Mhm.
think to this day it was too much. But at the same time, the only difference that I see between me and the next girl that has an OnlyFans, a sugar daddy, any of those things, the leftist movement, the women that are unreasonable and don't shut up to actually listen in a conversation and just start screaming and yelling or crying. The only difference that I see is the level of ass whooping that I got from my mom. Like, legitimately, it's education wise, exposure wise, prettiness wise. I can't see any other difference than my mom really instilled those morals of, this is what happens if you go down that route. This is what happens to you as a woman if you go do those things.
Right.
It's yeah, like, I can't even blame her anymore. It's just like, I'm thanking my mom, like, thanks, man. You really like making me dodge a bullet. It's
Yeah. I don't. I'm not a big. I don't think you have to hit people to teach them lessons personally. But if if it helped, I keep hearing from lots of different people that some people learn differently, and
yeah,
you know,
it's also like I said earlier, that whole thing stuck in my brain of like, masculine republic, female democracy, and it's
yeah.
like, my mom was a masculine republic, if you will, and
Mm,
so she really, like, it's the toughness. I think that we've in our society. I used to sign for the go to therapy, feel your feelings, blah blah blah, until I got there and no one's talking about solution. The therapist knows 9 times out of 10 they know what's wrong with you. They know the root of the issue. They know how to get there. They know what to point out, but they don't do it. And
right.
they want to keep you weak minded. And I mean, even this stuff that we're talking about, it's creating and it's keeping a victim mentality. And when you
Yeah.
have a victim mentality, you don't evolve, you don't get stronger, you don't get better, you don't change, and you stay there. And so if someone, I'll tell you from my own personal experience, when I did have a victim mentality as being a female minority, oh my god, everyone's judging me, blah 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 blah,
Right.
I couldn't move forward. I couldn't be better. I would not be able to have this conversation with you. I wouldn't be able to take the hits that I'm getting publicly. I wouldn't be able to be okay with people like turning their backs on me, like, and keep going.
Yeah.
And that's what they want ultimately. They want
Oh
all of
yeah.
us, the people in the chat, the men
Yep.
in the manosphere, the men in our society, they want them to be weak. They want them to not speak up. They want them, I mean, that label of toxic masculinity, I
Right.
want it back. It's If that's what it takes, like, we need it back because we're in danger. We are totally vulnerable right now. We are in that victim mentality and we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
I go down so many rabbit holes and it always leads to the same answer. It's they want.
Right. Well, every rabbit hole, I find the little crazy bitches pulling the strings, and they somehow, a lot of them have psychology degrees or some kind of bullshit studies or science in the humanities department degree.
There's even a book by God, what's the guy's name that promoted the vaccination shot? The big time guy. Anybody in the chat? I'm a little retarded right now.
Mm,
Come on.
I don't know.
Jobs? No. Was that it? Anyways, this guy literally led the fight and promoted the vaccine. He had a book in like the 2010s saying how to manipulate statistics.
What?
Yeah, it's everything for the vaccine was pushed based off
Fauci?
statistics. No, not Fauci. It's the white guy.
Oh, Bill Gates?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Oh,
I'm telling you, I'm retarded. It's big time names, and I'm not remembering any of them.
yeah.
He literally has a book, How to Manipulate Statistics, and that's what he harped on the most to push that vaccine. And I'm lucky I was working for myself. I had friends left and right that were either getting fired, let go because they weren't getting it, or were forced to get it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah. No, Texas A&M almost. They were this close because a bunch of different companies and out of state. They had so many damn contracts, and people from like California that they had contracts with were like putting pressure on them. And they were like, they announced that they were going to start mandating vaccines in like a couple of weeks. And right after that, our governor made that illegal to do. So
Because it should be illegal to do. It's against the Constitution. Somehow
Yeah.
that was just bypassed over here.
yeah. You guys don't. Yeah, I don't really understand California. It's the most mentally ill state. So
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I get depressed every time I come back home. I'm trying. I will say this: I was getting depressed every time I got back home, and it's more of like that thing that we had with my Uber driver was very insightful in the sense of like, if I'm gonna be here, then I might as well like start stirring the pot instead of just shutting up and staying in my house.
Yeah.
It's because if I'm leaving and I just don't do anything and I don't say anything and I don't back people up and I don't, then I'm just as stupid and guilty as everybody else.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird how
Yeah.
the switch flipped.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we need to talk to more women. Like, I want to talk to this chick. I'm gonna tag her and leave her a comment.
Yeah, if you can,
It'd be nice to talk to her.
if you can, I don't know if you want to do this, but if you can insert her link in the description,
Mhm.
that way anybody can go and find it. Because I want to go and find it. I want to reach out to her.
Yeah.
That's
Usually when I play videos or whatever it is, I will always tag them and link them, and that's why I was surprised. What's her name? The Filipino chick.
Well, there's a lot of content creators that are like big time in and like they use my content, but they don't ever tag me, and I'm like, whatever. It's an uphill battle. I'll just like leave it alone. I do like the Filipina chick because she's very practical. She's not like angry, and she's saying to women basically that are
No. She's trying to trap the passport dudes.
oh, she is?
Yeah, she is. She's the fucking
Wait, break that down to me. I'm like, what?
She's just another we'll call it a siren, or what are those little mermaids that
That's a
lure
siren.
the guys onto crashing into the rocks or something? Yeah, she's just one of those. She's opportunistic for sure.
I mean, I can't blame her.
She did say the women there are just as university educated as they are in the West. So she's pretty much lying to them.
Well, no, there's a lot of Filipinos that actually are really highly educated.
I know, but I'm saying like, oh, come here, we'll spoil you, we'll treat you better than those Western like that's not really how that works. That's not really the outcomes that a lot of the guys receive.
Oh, yeah, to a certain degree. I'll say this. One of the things that someone pointed out is that like it's not about, oh, you don't have luck here, go somewhere else. It's
Right.
you're able to pull here, but you're not finding what you want here. Go try somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's the difference. And it's if the men are going in another country and they think that they're going to have a total different experience, hopefully you do. I hope you do. But
Yeah.
the fear there is you're even more vulnerable out there, because as a Hispanic, I'll tell you something, my hyenas back home, they would
Yeah.
yeah, weird, you know. So just be careful, guys. That's all.
Yeah. No, they know. I mean, MGTOW, the majority of MGTOW guys know. I know Hermit did a little clip, and he was talking about how, these women are just, not giving a shit about their own men. They're just trying to attract, it's the same hypergamous bullshit though. And a lot of these guys will bring them back here, marry them, and then when they divorce them, they end up taking their fucking kids away back to their home country.
I think, well, that's the thing that's a little bit different about this movement. At least from what I've understood, is that they're not bringing them back here. In fact, they're just continuing to go over there only, because there is and I get it. It's like you have this. Let's say you strike gold, you find the perfect girl. She's traditional. She respects you. You have your happily ever after. You bring her over here and you expose her to us, the Western women,
right?
Not us, but like the feminism. And what do? They turn around. How much money are you making? Are we going to be okay? I want my own credit. They start demanding certain things that they wouldn't have back home. And so it's, oh man.
Well, how much more time do you have?
I mean, whatever you want. I'm probably just going to, let's say probably half an hour more so I can go eat. Okay. I really do. I'm just going to order some fries or something. Just...
Yeah.
It's.
I wanted to try to get Billy up here because he's one of my authorities that I look to for anything psychology related. So
yeah. Do you mind if I go use the restroom really quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I
have to also. Hey, what is this simp hunting thing? I don't get it. I've been called a simp collector. Yeah, Billy, I sent you one in Discord. And I'm going to send Mr. Kush one too. If I think he's still here. Uh-oh. Right, a GM cell. Is that short for badass? Hello, Billy.
Nah, well, here I am.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, gold.
Did you catch the video that was the topic?
I don't know if that's the one out of the topic. I saw a lady that was being excluded from the inclusivity, who was being oppressed by the equality, kicked out of the university, and targeted, a smear campaign, isolated, ostracized. They're not nice stuff.
Yeah.
And it seemed like a very intellectual type of person. I kind of gathered, actually.
Right. Yeah.
Saw her response, her answer to the faculty's mass email that wasn't given to her. Shabby.
Right.
But her response was slam dunking. It was like Ellen Ripley with Burke right to the wall. hold them up by the collars. But they'll probably take no notice of it and not appreciate the the gravitas of the points that she's bringing up, because she's blowing the lid on, she's calling them out, you know. And it's great that she's putting it onto a live video for the internet to see. Otherwise, we have no idea what's going on.
Right.
So that was great. It's great that she's being able to voice her opinion despite the censoring that the damage control that the university might like to think that they can do. I mean, it's quite
right.
The way they're trying
Isn't
to
it?
accuse her of like being a white supremacist,
Yeah.
transphobic, and all this sort of stuff. And then they're like, we're adamant that we're gonna knuckle down, double down with social justice issues, and we believe in equality and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, but then you're treating her like this. It's well, it's absurd. It's almost like this is a joke, right?
They are a joke, but
and sadly, I mean, she's focusing primarily on like what the universities are teaching the future therapists and counselors, if I'm right. Is that my understanding? Because that's the sort of field she's in. But this same model, the same format, seeing it in my kids' primary school level, it's the same kind of thing. Like their policies are also like, we're in line with the social justices, we're promoting it, we're making the kids take pledges and vows, and this is our decree, and we're going to stamp out racism, we're going to stamp out bullying, and we're going to stamp out all this, what we consider as social justice. And I'm beginning to think that these aren't really socialists at this point.
right.
What they are, apart from being like tyrannical asswipes, is they're moralists.
Right.
They're using their moral superiority to go around and terrorize, or in a tyrannical way, to dominate and bully and get that, do what they want. There's nothing social about them.
Right.
I mean, they're all in it on an individualistic, selfish vendetta, because they got grudges and they want to get retribution against the world. And despite their hippy dippy,
Hello.
we're loving peace. Hey, Iridium, how you doing, man?
Hey, Fish.
Hey, let me see if I could get this on my PC here to get the copy for this.
I was making I was in a argument of sorts with veganism versus meat eaters, and but it's the same kind of model would apply to that. And I made a point of saying that what they're doing when the vegetarians are saying, hey, you meat eaters are mean to animals because you abuse the animals, you rape the animals, and all this sort of stuff. The vegetarian, the heavily into the vegetarian type people who are using this moral hammer to beat you around the head with, they're actually abusing the name of animals they're using animals as their spear for their own moral arguments. So in many ways, they're actually more abusive than the people they're accusing of being abusive. So that's what
just like some bastard factory saying, "Oh, quit going after my son," when you're literally criticizing her shitty mothering.
Yeah, it's the same kind of model, but just a different format.
Yeah.
And yeah, so with this social justice issues, they're using this facade, this argument that we're trying to improve the world with these social equalities and inclusion, but that is totally not what they're actually interested in doing or achieving. They're being insulted because like on paper, we can all agree. We don't have to be a socialist to agree that it would be nice if people are nice to each other, right? It would be nice if people treated each other fairly. This
Right.
isn't like some absurd idea that like you're gonna have some Scrooge that's like, no, I don't agree with this equality.
Right.
Like I'm gonna be a racist and I enjoy it or something, you know.
Yeah.
So these aren't ludicrous proposals that are being made, but then this is the disingenuousness of what is taken out. And this is why in some ways it's hard to combat it, because you're trying to combat essentially a ghost while
Right.
they hide in the shadows.
Right.
So that's why it's hard for general society, one, to even realize what's going on, because it's smoke and mirrors. They're being duped. It's like a kind of like a magic trick. Like, watch this hand while I pick your pocket. So they
Yep.
have no idea that they're being robbed until it's after the fact.
Right.
But anyway, I've ranted for quite a bit there. So
That's all right. I wanted to introduce you guys to Minka. Billy, this is Minka.
Hi there,
Mr. Push,
Minka.
Hi,
this is
nice to
Minka.
meet you. Nice to meet
She's the most honest bitch that I've met online. She actually volunteered for the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp. So she pretty much, I mean, I think she saw the writing on the wall and saw the gulags coming. So she thought she'd slip in there voluntarily.
So how do
Maybe.
you volunteer for this?
Be ready to be ostracized and condemned and posted to a cross like Jesus. It's I think that's what it really comes down to, is that if you're speaking on these things and you're agreeing with logic and facts, you're just
What led you to this point? What led you to Good Mother?
Actually, it was black pillars. I don't think actually two of them are not black pillars. I don't think Rishi is, and I don't think Guns is. But between Self and Caduce, they kind of like peeled off a layer of like truth, and I had like a whole like meltdown, and they were really patient with me. And then I continued on my channel, and I keep meeting great men on here and hearing the stories. And then I think at one point I was introduced to, I watched Good Mother on Tony Bruno's stream, and they were talking about 21 Convention. And it was the first time that I heard a female in the manosphere talking about something serious instead of just drama or BS. And she didn't sexualize anything. She didn't she wasn't emotional. And I was like, oh, who is this? So that was the first time.
my emotions are very limited to people I actually care about. Crazy bitches, I have no empathy for any of them. And terrible moms. I'm not a fan of those either. But
yeah.
Hey, I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. We'll be here.
Okay.
All right, so I was curious. I was out in Long Beach about 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about the kind of things about threats and stuff, I'm curious. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. What is it that you want to know? It's
what are you
freedom of
talking
speech,
about?
or
What? I'm not, because I watched one of your shorts, shorts, and you said something about I'm afraid I might get canceled for this, and it was like a real minor thing. It was like
you would think so. Long Beach is a little bit different because it's gotten real hood, so people aren't really talking about rights or sex or anything like that. But when it comes to like LA, anything else, especially the gentrified areas or the inhabited ones like Bel Air, the West Side, Culver City. I'm in the South Bay. It's very much the left movement has the biggest voice, and you got to understand that if it's me and another person, hopefully the cops would believe me, but I can't say that I support men really out loud, because women and people would just look at me like, what are you talking about? That's this era, right? I can't say, hey, I think there were a lot of false rape allegations. They'll look at me sideways. I can't say that I don't think race should be talked about as much as it's still being talked about, because they'll look at me sideways.
So do you care that much about people looking at you sideways?
I did at a certain point. At the point that I'm at,
Why?
because it's scary. Like
Why?
okay, let me break it down this way. No one knows where I live. Even if I've gone on dates, I've always met someone somewhere. Only my closest friends know where I live. And that's because I've already had past experiences of people randomly showing up at my house. The irate nature of the leftist movement has shut down the 405 freeway. They've shut down large intersections. They've broken windows. So what makes me any different than anyone else that speaks out? What's preventing them from coming to my home and breaking a window, or going to my mom's business and trying some crazy shit there, or going and finding my dad and doing something to them? That's what I'm fearful of. I'm not
Well,
fearful of,
that's the inherent problem. Is
yeah, I
that
know.
everybody wants to just go along with the program. Nobody wants to speak out against it. And that's what these people are using. They're using false power. They're using power that they don't really have over you. They're using a paper tiger over you. They're dangling a paper tiger
Yeah,
over you.
I was just about to say, Kush, were you alluding to the sort of conversation we we're having before, like the idea that we give our oppressors more credit than they deserve?
Absolutely.
sort of thing.
I had no problems when I was over there.
Yeah, Long Beach, like I said, is a different
I
animal.
wasn't just in Long Beach. I was in LA too.
Which part of LA?
I was right in downtown LA.
Okay. What I'm talking about is the West Side. West Side.
East Side, what? East Side,
There's
LA. You've been talking about LA the whole time.
Yeah, there's different sectors in LA. I can tell you this, if I go to Long Beach and I start talking about these things, they're not really going to care because they have bigger problems over there. There's a lot of violence, there's a lot of stuff going on that's terrifying, and they don't care about the social.
I had no problems in Long Beach.
Did you have these conversations out loud?
No.
Okay, that's my point. I'm not just
Why would I
talking
want
about
to? Why would I want to? Why would I want to have that kind of a conversation? That's why I don't understand this stuff in the first place. Why would I want to initiate a conversation like that with somebody?
we're talking about changing, and we're talking about not being afraid of the things that are happening. So you're questioning me on why I'm scared. I'm explaining why I'm scared. And then
Yeah.
when I'm talking about it, it's on the actual conversation. I'm not just scared to walk out my door. It's the idea of, like, if I say any of these beliefs out loud, what will happen? The repercussion of that.
Well, it's called freedom of speech.
But it's non-existent. That's my point.
But the idea of isolation,
period.
Right.
The idea of isolation.
Yeah, we just showed a video of a woman that spoke out, and she's being canceled by her college.
Yeah,
Like,
but
and
it's going to
then
happen either
the
way, whether
email,
you speak out or not.
right? But
Sorry,
and
let
then
me
the
interrupt.
email that
Well,
goes
if
out,
you want to submit to communism, that's your choice.
which
That's
is
not mine.
okay, I get it, but you guys are talking to me as if I haven't already decided to speak up already. I've already said on this stream, I'm no longer going to shut the fuck up. I'm going to say things, because the anger that I have of what's happening is worse than my fear of them doing something to me.
Yeah, that's good.
But like, it's not like a nonchalant, like, oh, I'm scared that I'm going to go outside into the world and something's going to happen to me. That I'm not scared of that. I'm scared of speaking up and talking about these things in public with my friends, or I've already talked about it with my family, but with my friends at a restaurant and wondering what's going to happen there, or at like a speakeasy, wondering what's going to happen there. Because again, you're saying you didn't have an issue, but you weren't talking on these subject matters.
Yeah, I deal with people from every walk of life as a businessman. You know what happens when somebody starts bringing up topics like that with me?
Mm-hmm.
I say, I don't want to talk about that. And that's it.
Right, but isn't that again going aligned with like the fear mongering that you just talked about?
I just said I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to discuss my opinions on that matter. Period. End of discussion.
Okay.
But that's again going against what you just talked to me about. Why am I scared?
Right. Well,
I'm telling you.
I feel like you told Kush where you're scared. Can we get back on the university topic though?
Yeah.
I want to talk about this right here, because I kind of wanted Billy's input, and Iridium, Kush, your input. Did you see the videos that we played?
Yeah, absolutely. I did. Yep.
Okay.
Absolute nonsense.
Well, I think what's her name? The Radical Center. I think she's handling the situation rather well. She's doing
No,
what
you're handling the
can.
situation fine. I'm not attacking you. I'm just attacking your position. I'm trying to understand your position. I'm not attacking you, baby. I'm just trying to understand your
Oh,
position.
right. Fish, we're trying to talk about this chick in the psychology field.
Yeah.
This chick. Did you see these videos?
Maybe if I could try and merge the two topics that we're trying to like Cush's interest or intrigue and this psychological, the fear of, because this Radical Center lady is also, she even mentions that she potentially could be worried about her personal safety.
Right.
So this idea of voicing out and being targeted, essentially. And you'll see that quite commonly in abusive relationships, that the victim has been, well, their esteem has been chipped away. They don't feel like they've got the power to speak up. And now they're in a position where they want to, well, they have to, survival instinct kind of kicks in, but they haven't got the confidence or assurance that they're going to be listened to. A smear campaign might have already been underway. But it almost makes, like, regardless if you speak up or not, you know, there's a good chance you're going to be isolated. Like, look at a lot of the guys going MGTOW. They find themselves in a world by themselves, but that's a good place to be in a way, because then you do that soul search and you build up your self-confidence, you find your identity, and etc. And then you realize, you get to a point, which is, I think, where Iridium is like more comfortable, where it's like, well, fuck them, what other people think. At least I got to say my piece, and in doing so, I'm not as alone as I might think I am, because I have reunited with my sense of self. And as long as I've got myself as my like back on my side, then in that way, even though I might be a person of one, I'm happier that way. So even if you speak up and you get persecuted for it, it's not as bad as you being not as bad as you having to persecute yourself, because if you don't speak up, that ends up becoming a form of self-betrayal.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's the only, like, I'll tell you, my own personal struggle is, like, it's not I've had I'm having smear campaigns as we're speaking to hundreds of thousands of people. It's not the idea of what do people think of me. It's the ones that I love, fear for safety, fear for their security, because they're not the ones deciding to speak up. I am. So it takes nothing to find her family and loved ones and target them and make phone calls or do a smear campaign or say that they're anti-Semitic or that they're against men or that they're against women, or it just takes one narrative. I mean, I have a conversation with Ashsaw where she just said all it takes is just to create a post and create a narrative. You don't even have to have receipts. She said that verbatim. This is the kind of people that we're dealing with. And so I may be fighting honorably, but they won't. And so that's the part where immediately you showed this lady, and I'm like, I want to reach out to her.
Can I ask a question to BB? Is it an element of a people pleaser guilt that factors in, because you don't want to like rock the boat and
no, that's already gone out the window. I've never had that portion of trying to people please. There was a period of life where so many people were going at me at the same time, where I did believe, like, okay, maybe I need to like shut up, maybe I need to not be this way or not do those things. But I came right back to what you said, which is my honest truth. I'm fine with rocking the boat, but I don't think, unless you've lived here and gotten to see what happened during the riots, what happened during the feminist movement, what happened during the Black versus whites movement, if you weren't here to see that, you don't understand how serious these people take this. They're not just arguing and crying and yelling at you. They will find out where you live. They will make any smear campaign that they can to
Yeah, no,
protect you in your livelihood.
yeah,
They'll break windows of your home.
yeah.
It's
I definitely, I agree that it is it's an area that needs consideration. I'm just wondering where the balance is between being careful and mitigating against such things, and because you said a moment ago about you're worried about what might happen to your friends or family,
not
as
even my friends, just my family.
or your family. So, like, so you feel responsible. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or suggest how you might be feeling, but it sounds a little bit like you'd take on the responsibility of their safety as a result of your actions.
Absolutely, yes.
That's why I was mentioning earlier about, like, is there a sense of guilt, like what happens to them you might feel like is your fault?
Absolutely. Like if let's say it this way. So I just said all bets are out the window. My anger on these situations is greater than my fear. I will definitely be honest and say if someone throws a rock through my mother's window because of the things that I'm saying or that I'm speaking out on or that I'm doing, I'm going to feel guilty, especially if something actually happens from that window being like, I'm just saying, like, I think it's perfectly natural to feel some sort of guilt if something were to happen to them.
Oh, of course, yeah, totally, and I agree. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a wrong, it's a bad thing or something like that.
I'm just answering the question to the best of my ability. I'm not feeling attacked or
No,
trying to like push back on you
well,
guys.
no, I'm not trying to pressurize you either, so I don't feel like I'm trying to look at you in a microscope. If anything, I'm trying to show appreciation for the precarious predicament people in positions like yourself and this radical center, and men, and we've all, I'm pretty sure most of us have been in a precarious situation. It depends how much your network or your connections, how far they expand to.
Well, and it's the same position that a lot of my clients are in currently. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's obviously a lot easier for someone who hasn't got like children under their care or have family or other commitments, because then you're just basically like a one man or one woman.
Yeah, I will say in the defense, I mean, I don't have, my family I'm not real close with, so, and they don't know what I do here on YouTube at all. And but I make steps to make sure that doesn't happen either in the first place.
I actually shared it with my family to let them know what was happening, because I don't want them to be blindsided. Like it took a little bit of time. First, I shared it with my dad. My 12-year-old sister just found it and started trolling me, which was really funny. Like she left comments like, "That's why you're 30 and single and unmarried. No one loves you." Like, you shit. But the last person was my mom, and I shared it with her and explained, like, okay, just so you know, like, I'm not against women, but I'm speaking on the reality. I had an anomaly where my mom was, I mean, she never went after my dad. She never did any crazy things. She really tried to keep the family together, even after divorce. So she's a really good example of what it's supposed to be. So my best friend, but I explained to her, I'm like, what I've been finding is that there are more, from my personal experience, this isn't like a census or anything, but from my personal experience, when you put a weight of the amount of men that have hurt women and the amount of women that have hurt men, the women's side outweighs the men's by tenfold. And the gravity in which they hurt these men is more intense than what I've seen the women go through. And for me to say that as an independent female that was raised by an independent female that said no man and blah 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 blah, that should speak volumes into the shit that I'm seeing. That's a reality. It's if you guys have turned me on this side because of how bad and messed up I'm seeing things, it's that bad. And look at this.
Can we go back to answering my original question?
Sure. What was your original question?
Yeah, the original question was, do you you felt like you felt like you have to. So you confided this in your parents. 'Cause I'm not following where this is leading, I guess is where I'm saying. So you say you let your parents know about that, and that's fine. That's your relationships with your parents. But given your situation, how has that benefited you to, I guess I don't want to say this in a, I
It's
can't
okay.
think of a good way.
Say it
How
however
has it
you need to.
benefited you to placate them?
To placate them?
Yes, to not do what you think is right. Like speak out against this stuff, like you're saying.
I've never. I didn't. I said I used to. That's not my
I used
narrative
to.
now. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
not.
you still, I mean, but I still, I'm not following like where you were leading on. Then you started leaning on something else. That's what I'm having a little
We
trouble.
were talking about an issue. One of the things we talked about is why women don't speak up.
Yeah, right. Right.
So we've also talked about before, I want to leave LA because I don't feel
Yeah.
comfortable here. I would feel much more comfortable in any other state practically to talk about these things, vocalize it, and be more outward than here. A lot of things have changed since I said that narrative to push me towards I don't care anymore. I want to say the truth. So
Yeah.
that's no longer the narrative.
Okay.
All I talked about was like I have told my parents just to prepare them in case anything happens, but I don't
Yeah.
think
Obviously, and I wouldn't want you to do anything to put your family in any kind of jeopardy, of course. But at the same time, I think you have a right to do what you think is right and not be held emotionally hostage by anybody, not by these people who are speaking out against you, not by feelings you think you might have for your parents because they might get something happen to them. You see that's the kind of I think that's a little bit of the confusion or clutter that maybe
that's
allows
just
a lack of clarity in thinking. Maybe I don't know.
so that's just the reality of the situation. It's I'm speaking on it with if no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no confusion on my side of what I'm going to continue doing. It's more of just speaking on this is the reality. This is why you don't have as many women talking about it. This is even men in LA, why you don't have as many men talking about it in LA. They're the guys have it worse than I do. Like I'm at least a minority female out here. If there's a white guy that's saying these things, that's talking about men's rights, that's talking about how they've been screwed over, that they're talked about and they're looked at as a misogynist or any of these things.
Yeah.
If
That's-
there's any reassurance that I can provide, I think we would quite often see that if the other side does have any particular strength is when they group together. You catch them on their own,
Right.
Yeah.
you know, you confront them,
Yeah.
they give you a nervous laughter. I mean, I get this
Oh yeah.
single
And
mother at the school when I'm walking back home sort of thing and I'm having a chat with them and I'm just ranting on about women and they're stum, they're quiet, they don't really want to speak, they're just nodding their head and agreeing with me, and I'm just like, you're only doing that because basically you're frightened
Alone.
yeah, you're alone and you're frightened to actually like bark back at me.
Uh-huh.
And
So-
that's the point that drives it home of like the majority here in Los Angeles sign up to this stuff. They
Yeah.
think Antioch is in the right. They think they're doing the right thing by lowering the white person's value and standards in society. They think they're doing the right thing by leveling the playing field so that everything and everyone is equal, even though it's not. Like they think they really believe it. And they're angry. Like that's the crazy part is like here, at least in the manosphere, like I every once in a while I meet someone that's just irate, but for the most part people are willing and wanting to have discussions or debates or conversations and different beliefs and challenge each other without trying to dox each other or do any crazy things. Here that's not, there's no reasonability. That's why again, like you show me this video of this woman, immediately I'm like I need to reach out to her because it's when you have like look at what they literally sent an email to all of the rest of the students and faculty ousting her as a white supremacist when that's not what she was doing.
Right.
Well, what we got, like we're more socialist than the so-called socialists are. You know, there you are wanting to reach out and be social with the woman.
Right.
And what the other side are more like warmongers. You know, they are the barbarians at the gate kind of type people.
Yeah.
And that's what you're saying. Like, they're resentful. There's a lot of aggression. There's a lot of anger. They want conflict.
That
And
part.
it kind of goes into that. I mentioned it in the chat earlier. This slave morality Nietzsche point that he makes, and this I think is what is it's the driving force that is creating this model that they're working by. So so this is why, like, morals and virtue have become the new currency. This is what matters to them.
Yeah, but even their morals and their virtue were skewed, and it's again, they've just been subliminally fed all of this BS. And I'm saying it as someone that was on that side. I was there for all of the movements. I was thinking it was the right thing, and to come to reality and realize, like, oh my God, and especially seeing the repercussions of all those movements.
Right.
But it's become the route to power.
Yeah.
And success. So they want to. They've had a bad life. They've got low self-esteem and all this. They can't really navigate through life. So how do they become successful? How do they get this power?
Yep.
They adopt this moral superiority
Yeah.
in a toxic way, and virtue in a toxic way,
Yeah.
and they use that as their sword and shield.
One of the really funny things that happened was, and I've been starting to say this out loud, is like all the women out here wanted equality so badly until our bathrooms became gender neutral. Then they were up in arms. They were crying. That's not fair. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, lady, you said you wanted equality. Like, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
The question I ask is, where was the inequality in the first place?
That's the part where it's fed. A friend and I were talking about this the other day. It's like we were made to believe that we were treated poorly. And I'm telling you, I've been working like a guy for my past like 10 years, not using my femaleness to my advantage. It's having all-nighters grinding away. And I'm 30 and I'm like, dude, why did women want equality? I want to be a housewife. Like, this is dumb. Like,
well, that's like the Nietzsche slave, like the parental slave teaches the next generation that they are slaves. So unfortunately, women have been victimized by previous generations.
Yeah.
Well, and look at this. I found this on this nomass.org on Instagram. So this is apparently Michelle Williams from January 6, 2020. So women 18 to 118, when it's time to vote, please do so in your own self-interest. Okay, that's what they've been doing for 100 years. It's what men have been doing for years. There's a lie, which is why the world looks so much like them, which is another lie. Like, it's these idiotic women who's destroying the world right now. Don't forget, we are the largest voting body in this country. True. Let's make it look more like us. They've been saying the same fucking thing for 100 years. The same thing. Blaming it on the men for why the world looks so fucked up right now, when it's literally the women that are doing it. Literally the women that are fucking doing it.
Yeah, it didn't start 60 years ago.
Mm-mm. The slow boil of the frog. Yeah. But they just perpetuate the same fucking thing over and over and over. And I guess, like, Minka, from your experience, when you grow up hearing that shit from people that you trust, you're going to believe it, right? Because somebody you trusted told you.
well, it's yeah, and I mean, I've had firsthand experiences. There are certain things that it's not good, but it's, again, like, here's the way that I am is, I'm not going to lie and say, like, oh, women were not victims at all. There's things that happened, not good. Right. But it doesn't outweigh the things that women put men through, and it doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, as society as a whole, it does not help. It makes it worse. And that's what, like, I really look at I try to look at like the
Well,
overall picture as opposed to just immediate anything.
making it worse is probably the actual true intention. They don't really want utopia. There is no like, we're going to reach a pinnacle of evolution and then be content and happy,
Yeah.
because then that means their fun and games of having fights with each other is over. They want to perpetuate this chaos and just keep this hamster wheel. Sorry, hamster, if you're listening. Keep
Sorry,
the
hamster.
wheel turning, you know. And it's this wheel of dysfunction and disorder and chaos and carnage. And so the worse they can make it, the more, in their irrational mind, the more righteous they can become about things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at all the male speakers that have been canceled. They're labeled as misogynistic, but you actually listen to what they say. They don't say anything misogynistic.
Right.
In
But
part,
their fifis, no, it's because they hurt somebody's fifis.
Yep.
in
And that's-
part, that
well-
protects the men in a way.
They hurt somebody's fifis.
Because if they were able to eradicate their so-called enemies, now they've got a problem because they got no one to step on.
Right.
So as much as they hate us, they kind of need us at the same time.
Yeah, but it's all I'm saying is like myself. I mean, I have a video on my TikTok that someone utilized to like do a smear campaign of when I did it on some content creator that was like talking about women, and I was like, it sounds like he's getting emotional and blah 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 blah. Well, I went and I met with them, and I would be emotional too, 100%. The things that they have to deal with on a regular basis from women, I would 100% be emotional. I get grossed out. I got grossed out within like a couple hours, and I went back and I made another video saying like I support them. But prior to that, I thought, oh, misogynistic, because I wasn't actually listening to what men were saying. That was my biggest problem, and why I keep saying like these black pill guys, they like had patience with me because they would tell me things, but my emotions were so important that I would feel hurt or anger or like what's the word, offended, that I wouldn't actually listen to what they were saying. And when I went back and I was able to move that crap aside and I listened, I'm like, dude, everything that these men have been telling me has been for my own betterment. Nothing was against me. It was always
Right.
for my betterment. And that's where the flip switched for me. And it was like, okay. And then the more that I listened to men and the more that I heard what they were saying and I actually took it in, it was like a total different pair of glasses. I was seeing things completely different.
Yeah.
So I don't take down any of those videos or anything. I want people to see the progression. I want people to see that it's like it is possible to like wake up and not be a victim of this victim mentality or narrative anymore.
Well, I will believe you, because like you and Harley are the only two women that give me any hope for these crazy bitches that they just don't need to be pushed off a cliff. So I know that's a big responsibility, Minka. But
Listen, you're giving me hope too, because it's like I said earlier, it's like it's cool hanging out with the guys, but like I do need some females around, and so far I have a good solid group of females that like we may not all agree on all of the things, but the basis and the foundation of this stuff is messed up is there. It's
Yeah.
very clear and transparent, and that's all I care about at this point, because there's more like that meme says, there's more women than there are men. So even if all of them, which they don't, but hypothetically, even if all the men agreed with me, if none of the women agree with me, it's still an uphill battle.
yeah. Well, I just think they're all cowardly little cunt bags. And if you're too afraid to have a conversation with me personally, you shouldn't fucking be listened to by anybody. And I stand behind that. 100%.
You know what's interesting? I still haven't gotten any threats.
Yeah.
Like
See?
that's the part where you guys were talking about, is the narrative bigger than what it is? It's like maybe from 2
Yeah.
years ago it was more like that, and maybe
Yep.
it's changed now. But regardless, I will say, good mother, like thank you for allowing me to be here, because it has, from the last 2 weeks since I've been talking to you,
Mhm.
what you guys have actually touched on is like that confidence to be able to go forth and do so. I don't think I would have gotten it out being on this side too.
Yeah,
Would you feel threatened by a 2-year-old?
No.
exactly.
I think the key you have to show is just indifference. Don't let it hurt your fifis.
No, that's not hurt. That's the thing. None of these things hurt my fifis.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you guys can see any of my content. People have said all sorts of fuckery about me. I don't care about that. I know who I am. It's the people I care about, but that's also not happening
When
either.
they're trying to terrorize you, they're trying to get to your fifis.
Yeah, you're right on that. See, that's the other part of this side of like the whole sphere in general. I feel like people actually give pushback and actually give questions and actually like help change your perspective. And on the other side is kind of like dumbed down.
It's a petting zoo.
Yeah, the petting zoo culture. Oh, Scorp Thought keeps coming into the chat because nobody will fucking talk to her anymore. Did you not give her enough attention? Did you not give her enough pets
she tried
today,
to get into
Kush?
my stream earlier today, and I kicked her out.
She's excommunicado, you stupid crazy vegan bitch. You keep fucking around and the catch will make some videos about you. This crazy bitch, celibate scorpion, going her own way that appropriated the MGTOW acronym for her own use, like a selfish little cunt bag that she is. Her mom actually did the world a solid and cut her off from her inheritance because she's tired of listening to that vegan feminist cause problems. Yeah.
She's Venezuelan.
Yeah,
So
Venezuelan.
Latina mother.
Yeah.
Wow. Rishi,
Yeah.
I just saw Rishi's comment. Why is everybody talking about me? Because we saw you're featured on The Catch. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh no, he was hysterical too on Chronic stream.
Oh man.
Oh
yeah.
my god, that was priceless.
Who was hysterical?
Oh, this Ashley went on.
The Ash Thought?
Ash Thought went on the Chronic stream, and she acted like she was really friendly with everybody.
Yeah.
And then guys started goading her, and then she like slowly gravitated into Karen mode, and then she went and then I think it was Rishi who just
triggered her
into full re. And out the chat just shelled her.
Yeah. And she just exemplified, and that's the thing I keep saying is she just keeps exemplifying it because she reels in the guys and simps them, gets them to attack people that were actually on her side to begin with, and then it causes problems for the guys. And then she leaves them high and dry. Like Hormaxer's like pissed. This lady is just something else.
Oh no, I saw right through here on day one. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Whatever, man. I know the problem is it's like she hates me so bad because I did play her, and I'm not lying about that, but the problem is that people don't really understand. She sent her 17-year-old niece after one of my guys.
Right.
Like, you can't. She verbatim told me, all it takes me, guys, us to stand up to these guys. We don't even need receipts. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Like, are you joking? Like, that's what you brought into the manosphere. She was trying to tell me we need to take over and girls need to stick together and blah 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 blah. Like, 100%.
She's a feminist, so.
I pretended to be weak and mild and said, I need your help and your protection, which she doesn't have any to give anyways. She's fucking pissed. And she keeps speaking that narrative. She lied to me. Of course I did. No one has my nudes, you whore.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Well, I don't really care about any of these crazy bitches. I think she's mad because you played her at a game that she keeps playing dudes at.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. Yeah. She does this to all the men. She goes, I'm weak, I'm feeble, look at my boobies. Oh my God, you're so hot. I'm going to come and visit you. Blah, 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 blah. Which she, of course, her and her friend Sarah, the tomato girl, and another girl, Moo Cow something. Melissa. Everyone keeps calling her a cow. That's why, fuck. And then I just pretended to be weak. And I remember she said, like I said, there's a lot of truth that I've learned here. And she had said, she said a lot of things. But I wonder if Rishi can come on, because I love Rishi. But the problem is I pretended to be weak and I really infiltrated her. So I haven't said most of the stuff that she said to me behind closed doors that I have proof of. And I don't want to share that proof
Yeah.
for other reasons. And so she is shitting bricks is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why you see her going and going
oh,
to
she's
MD
probably
and
scared to
doing-
death that I'm talking to you.
she has I feel like Rishi could tell you more. I can't. There's certain things that happen behind the scenes that a lot of people, even my Discord, when I first kicked her out of the Discord, they were sending Putin memes about me and all this stuff. And I'm like, that's why when you guys talk about if I care about what people think, it's like, no, I did that for the protection of my people because they don't know how dangerous she actually is. And then little by little, people keep on seeing other people talking about it and the things that she's doing. They're like, oh, okay. But yeah, there's more.
He said he could hop on.
I love Rishi. He's hilarious. We did a Tony stream the other day, and my little sister made a mushroom hat for Halloween. She made it by hand, and I got on the stream, and I put on the hat. I'm like, look, I'm Rishi now. I like the silly things, but sorry, Ashley's just.
I mean, I just my first encounter with her, I asked her a fucking question and she got triggered. And I mean, it was during a stream. She was, just hammering at some dating roach, going after him very viciously, with a huge level of misandry. And I think she thought I was a dude or something when I asked her a question. And she's like, get on the page, or, get with the program, fucker. Because I asked her what her fucking channel was about.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
She goes after people that she thinks that she is either bigger than or that she can manipulate. The problem is that
she's
people,
a feminist.
Exactly. And there's people like me and many others that we pretend we're smaller than what we actually are. We pretend we don't have as much information than we do. And she was warned about this when she was creating her stream. And the people that warned her literally told her, hey, you don't realize that a lot of these people, especially Midtown, there's a lot of guys that are associated for years. You're not going to change that just by showing a tit or two. And she doesn't understand that. And so she keeps on burying herself over and over and over again. And her true ultimate goal was to take over. You can see it in, let's give a little history lesson here so everyone's on the same page. She does not have custody of her children. We know in any state that has to be really, really bad for you as a female not to have custody of your children. She was divorced by her husband. Again, usually 80% of the women are making the divorces here, right? So again, you got to be real bad to make that happen.
She's a crazy bitch.
And then
period, the end.
Yeah, and so
honestly, I'm not too terribly crazy bitches are all the fucking same to me. All the same. She can't hold a conversation. She interrupts heavily. She, any kind of pushback, she goes straight for the sign language. It didn't take, I mean, Chronic and Hammerhand were kind of just trying to let her talk, but as soon as when Rishi got in there, the fucking claws came out.
Well, that's the funniest part about that video that they did was they legit it's exactly how it sounds. I love Rishi. Rishi's great. You fucking bastard.
Right.
It was just really funny because she doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's a. I'm interested to see how. Yeah.
That's my ex you're talking about. I got the kids.
Right?
I'm just joking, just in case.
Billy knows. Billy knows.
I only saw like 1 or 2 videos. That's all I need to see.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. Like people are, and this is a part that I advocate for the manosphere. Is that like women come in here, I get shit tested left and right, like on a regular basis. But it's to me the way that I see it is like if you prove who you say you are, not an issue. But they have to. You guys have to protect this area. I don't see any other way.
Billy, do we want Rishi to come up and talk about this?
I've never really spoken to Rishi, so
Well, I know Minka said she was kind of short on
I'm
time.
cool
She
with
needed to go
Rishi.
eat dinner.
I'm cool with Rishi.
There you go, Rishi. Scorp thought if you touch that, I'm gonna fucking bop ya. I know you want to get up here, you crazy bitch, but you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
I really like your channel because the whole freedom of speech thing and the fact that like you just tell it how it is. You're like, don't do it.
Oh,
Well,
you hear me?
Hey,
hello,
what's up?
Rishi.
Yo,
Hey, mushroom.
greetings there, Rishi.
Hey,
what's up?
Rishi.
I don't think I've talked to like maybe I've talked to Good Mother before on a crime stream. It was a while ago, but I've never been on
Yeah.
one of her streams. How's
Yeah,
everyone doing?
welcome. Well, we can thank Ash Thought for bringing you here.
I guess so. Everyone's sending me like, bro, they're talking about you, though. And, like all this and that. And it's like, bro, look at this video. And I'm like, oh wow.
That was adorable.
Oh, man. Anyway, I don't know. It's kind of weird because I looked into the comments of that video and like Ashley was there talking about how I went in on like orders or something. That was kind of weird. Maybe I should make a statement on that. I went there on my own free will, Ashley. Sorry to say. Oh, and also, just so you know, I'm not going to share around your stuff.
Hold on. Yeah, you guys crack me up. Knowing that these dudes are collabing with a known liar and Pick Me, doing her bidding and vice versa make this even better. Yeah, so she's saying that because that's what all crazy bitches say when the men, when the men just stand in truth versus get pulled into their webs of deception. So it's they all say the same damn thing, Rishi. All of them.
I get
it's
that.
Weird.
But I came in there, funny enough, I was going to be a little bit agitated, but slightly calm. But she really said something like before I hopped on that really got to me. And she said, like, part of the war band, I can't remember verbatim, but she said, like, part of the war band. Well, what do you mean? Self-made gun, Uncle Guns, Rishi. And then she like quickly backtracked after she indicated me. So at least what that seemed to me at the time was that she was kind of setting me up to either grovel, backtrack, kind of like, throw like Caduceus and all these guys under the bus when, most of the things I've seen I've either watched or I've been in like back rooms or Discord chats. I've seen what she's like pretty much done to these guys, or I was gonna fight. So I just chose I was just gonna fight her. So
Didn't take much.
No, I saw through it pretty quick.
Well, it was just mostly like she talks about like the receipts. At least the receipts with like Caduceus, I just point to like a public live stream by Greg Lyric. I think it was Debate Gets Heated with Ashley and Caduceus or something like that. Where she makes like the whole claim that Uncle Guns was like a dating coach, but the real claim was Caduceus was supporting a dating coach or something like that. And after, like 20 minutes of arguing, she backtracked it a little bit to, in my eyes, save face with Caduceus and everybody else on that panel.
Yeah.
So I didn't really appreciate that. It kind of went on the whole Minka thing. Uh, I kind of err on the side of Minka based on the whole Discord chat. I listened in when it all pretty much the whole drama went down. Her whole story was like Minka was like, I don't know, like exactly what it was, because it bounced around a lot of things, because she did this whole public display about Minka me tooing Caduceus or something like that. Or I'm
She's
not
making
even sure.
she's
But
making it sound like I'm because I said that the guy I agreed with. She said, "Do the guys have something over you?" Yes, they do. What what do they have over you? Minka, tell me the truth. Do they have nudes of you? Yes, they do. And so she's making it sound like I'm creating a Me Too movement against the guys and not just acknowledging that I played her. That's all it is. She's making
Yeah.
it sound like I'm doing a federal offense. And it's like, no, bitch, you're just crazy. You're just cool.
well, yeah, it's just mostly she went on you, and pretty much threw ad hom after ad hom after ad hom. And I don't really respond to that. I didn't see any like receipts as you were, but that wasn't like the reason I went in there. That was just pretty much because she was bad mouthing like Caduceus and all of them, basically saying she was like they were like dating, they were like endorsing dating coaches, that they were bad people, that they were preying on lonely men. And with the whole like nudes thing, I watched a lot of like what happened to Hormaxer, and how she's basically treated him. And I know your opinion on Hormaxer, right? But it just seems like for all this talk about like how self-made Caduceus and Uncle Guns was like preying on lonely, vulnerable men, she was seemingly doing the same thing with Hormaxer,
Yeah, she
preying on
projects that shit. Yeah.
mentally ill, lonely man.
She's projecting her own mental illness onto other people and attacking them for it. It's in the Crazy Bitch book. They all do the same damn thing.
Do you have a book on this, good mother?
I'm compiling one.
Okay.
It's like that's why I'm going around and collecting all these different types, these varieties of crazy bitches.
Oh my god, that's gonna be glorious.
Yeah, no, these crazy
Sorry,
fucking bitches are gonna be famous.
How to spot a crazy bitch.
Yes. Well, the Crazy Bitch boot camp. There must be literature, right?
Yeah, well, but it's also literature for the men because
Yeah.
it still seems that they shouldn't be falling for it at this point.
Well,
Projection is the vessel in which they use, is the tool in which they facilitate what I refer to as the exchange to happen.
Yeah.
Where you swap places.
Yeah,
So
and that's what
kind of
she's.
like, yes, that's why they sort of project, and they need to. It has to take place.
Well,
So they
even
have to start off with an arena, a landscape, for this exchange to happen, and then to draw you in, they have to throw out their hooks of projection.
yeah, but that's also what she did to Good Mother. Is to her and Sarah keep playing this narrative of Good Mother just tags us in all these videos for no reason at all, and they're just like poor little victims of like we did nothing at all. It's like
right.
the day that I saw your first video, Good Mother, is when I saw her just go at you for no reason whatsoever. And it's the same thing. I keep seeing her go after everybody. And the problem with that is when you're so delusional, she keeps going after her own people. I think it was Sir Yeetus that she went after in her, who was a mod in her thing. And it's like, I mean, even Greg was like still doing content with her and she went after him. She's going after people that it's like you're not going to have anyone left, which is why she started going to MD and then she went to Chronic and then she's just ran out of people over here and going over there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the same thing that happens over there.
Well,
Apparently,
it was an interesting thing that happened too today in my earlier stream. Good Mother caught this woman in my chat.
Oh, Samantha P.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention her name, but she had been in my chat. I think I picked her up in
Yeah.
another person's chat,
Yep.
and she'd been following me around. She'd been making comments about my community posts and
Yeah.
stuff, and like they're just kind of like off the wall comments, but nothing that like seemed really nothing attacking, nothing disrespectful, nothing condescending, nothing like that. Nothing at all. Pretty harmless, pretty innocuous. But then all of a sudden, I'm getting my Discord torn up while I'm on my live stream, and I'm here seeing this thing on the Discord. I'm like, what the hell is this? But she was just like following me around almost like a suckerfish.
Yeah. Yeah, she went over to Tony Bruno's channel too.
And I think she was just
Everywhere I go,
right
these
in.
crazy bitches. It's my baggage, Mr. Kush. It's my crazy bitch baggage.
No, you
Everywhere I
warned me about
go,
this. You
these
warned me
crazy
about this.
bitches go. So,
Well, no,
yeah.
it's just like they're trying to find that vector in.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get through me, and it's like,
Yeah. Well, and Celine is another one of them. She's the youngest one in that little gulag group. Which sucks because this girl literally is autistic. So these older crazy bitch feminists literally take advantage of her and use her as another mole. It's really fucking weird.
Disgusting.
It's testing the water. So they're
Yeah.
dipping their toes in the pond and they're trying to work out what kind of fish are in this pond.
Yeah.
And they're trying to size them up and they compare themselves to these other fishes and they're like, right, I can dominate this pond.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just they limit themselves to one little pond. I mean, they're putting feelers out in all sorts of ponds.
Oh yeah.
What shocked me is
Oh my God, you just called it.
What shocked me is how long that chick's been tailing me.
Mm-hmm.
It's been shadowing me.
Yeah, Samantha plays the long game. She has nothing better to do. She likes to be online in the men's spaces while her husband is at work or sleeping. End of story. Yeah.
And I mean, whenever she sees me in the chat, she puts in the curtsy,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kush. And I'm like, that always comes across as a little like weird.
Weird. Yeah.
I mean, the love bombing is to flatter your ego.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then it feels, from your point of view, it feels good because your ego is being rubbed. It's like, oh, I'm getting a compliment. Oh, I like you. And then boom, that's their in. They've crossed the boundary.
Yep.
Yeah, but it didn't seem right. It just
Well, that's the thing.
And that's the intuitive nature is like if we really like get down to the intuitive part, it's like something's not right. Just don't lower your vulnerability. It's every time I go against that feeling, it's like boom, there it is.
I like to say the sophistication of their manipulation is depleting. They're lazy and they're careless, so they just come across like creepy weirdos after a while. It's like, come here, little child, I've got some sweeties for you. Like, get away from me.
Oh yeah. Speaking of sweeties, Kush.
what? Oh Jesus.
Oh, tell me, please. Sounds great.
Oh well, I was gonna ask you a question. I saw you vaping. What are you vaping?
Just nicotine.
Ah, so my name implies I'm into the 420. So in like in California, it's legal here in Massachusetts. And I was making a joke about her. She has grills, like I guess what are they? Stainless steel grills?
Aluminum.
And I guess they come out. And the big joke about it is her fellatio technique. It's called a gummy. And I made a joke about edible gummies. And she thinks that she was being cute. She actually thought she was being cute, saying to me, I'm going to give you some gummies, Kush.
That's how retarded this thought is.
I mean, if you see my jaw dropping now. And did you see that when I sent you in the Discord?
Yeah.
Mandy, did you see what oh my God.
Should I pull it up?
You can pull it up if you want. Yeah, because I think she needs to get an understanding. She needs
Okay.
she needs to see this.
Trauma, trauma, trauma.
Be prepared. It's a recent video. What the? Let's see. She's posting even more shit.
Yeah, she's fucking psychotic. Hold on. Let's see.
Further down must be. It was a video actually.
Oh yeah, here. The sweets.
Short. Sorry, it was a short.
Which one?
Yeah.
The one where she pretends to, where she puts her mangled face on stars?
Yeah, the one
or?
with the baseball cap in the middle.
Okay.
That one right there. I got that. Yeah, this will give you a good idea.
This is her.
No volume.
Oh, you want volume?
Why not? Get the whole experience.
I'm finally at the TikTok jail. Nice to meet y'all. Hello from the chain gang. I hope y'all
What's she
have been
drinking?
doing well.
What is that?
Hey, Nancy is leaving. The crypt keeper. She is leaving. Did y'all hear the great news?
Okay, that's about as much as I can take of the vocals.
Yeah, I didn't even listen.
What was that?
She's on some heavy drugs.
Right.
Oh my god.
Did you see the teeth or the tooth?
It's foil. For sure it's foil. But there's a thing that we say of like people that are on heavy drugs like that like the devil's real and you can see it in the eyes. Like there's nothing there.
Yep.
That's who. How did?
And she sends me nasty grams all the time.
This is
I don't like your bag.
Oh, so yeah, pull the one up about the gummies there.
This is one of my crazy.
This is yeah.
Some of my crazy bitch baggage.
This is me.
This is what I found. Yeah.
I mean,
this has started a little bit of a love letter issue thing going on. I got this little love letter from Alice here. Gummies for Trolls Week. Y'all stay sweet.
See, Kush, I think she likes you.
Don't. She's listening.
I don't even know what the point of this was to point what out exactly.
I know. All she did was like make herself look even more stupid.
Oh God.
She's psychotic. She's well, she is giving me free advertising though. I have to say that she is advertising the crazy bitch boot camps. So she hasn't
put up the picture of you that she made.
Oh, with the crown. Where is it? Yeah. Well,
I think
she hasn't. She's afraid of the gulags that I'm gonna stuff her stupid ass in, and she's literally promoting it. So I can't hate her for that. Let's see. Retarded. She tagged Red Pill Pope. Tagging Billy. Let's see. Here we go. Wait, we're getting there. Here we go.
Oh my God.
So I think I will make gulags on YouTube, re-educate, and start a church. Our Bible will be Unity Manifesto. So she's promoting the crazy bitch boot camps. And she doesn't, I think, realize that I've already gulagged her mind. Because she can't stop. She can't stop.
This is why I'm not afraid of a person like this.
I'm not afraid of this one. It's
Can you scroll up? I saw like a Medea pose. Can we look at that?
What?
No.
Oh my god.
It's black.
How do you catch this?
It's just so... Oh man.
Oh my god.
That's pretty funny actually.
Oh man.
What a catch, Kush. You should definitely jump on this.
Hold
Oh
on.
no, I've already capitalized on this many times. Oh yeah, did you see the baby shit that she made?
She's just virtue signaling that she can cook.
It looked like baby shit.
Oh shoot, I gotta make a sandwich today.
Right?
I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I'm gonna make a video about making a sandwich.
Make me a sandwich.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone's all offended. I'm like, make a
You
really
can make
good
my friend Bullet, so he'll ask you to make him a sandwich.
I'll send him a sandwich. This is I'm like,
I like the complaint box one too.
Where's that one?
Oh, it was back on the. I think it was back on the videos, maybe, or the shorts. I think it was in the. Yeah, it's far right, far upper right.
Oh, the complaint box.
Yeah, crazier than a loon.
This is an American service announcement for all you haters. You're doing this. I need you to just do this for 1 second. The service announcements for you. I have made this box of complaints. Anytime you think you know how I should act, how I should feel, how I should think, I need you to get a piece of paper, write it down, put it in this box. I'll let you know when I can get to it.
Oh, the eyebrow twerking, Billy. She doesn't like to be told that her behavior is fucking disgusting.
What about her kids?
Oh, and her child abuse is disgusting as well. She doesn't like being told that.
Yeah, she has kids.
Yeah, she has 2 son husbands in training currently.
the son
That's what
husband
we
is
need
a
to know.
whole other subject that I get pissed off about too.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go get French fries and In-N-Out.
Okay.
I'm just gonna eat my feelings.
That's the best thing to do as you're digesting the content. Just wash it down with some terrible food.
Hey, man, I've been eating really healthy. Actually, I don't know. Leave me alone.
Well, thank you. Thanks for coming up here and being an honest bitch.
Yeah. Thanks for traumatizing me with reality again.
You're
So-
welcome. Anytime. Anytime.
Anytime.
Best form of trauma.
Yeah. It's voluntary. You're volunteering for it. So
I am, because it gives me more information to be able to speak on things. If I don't come, if I don't listen, if I don't any of these things, then I have nothing to talk about, you know. So thank you. And
Yeah.
thank you guys. It's nice to meet
Thank
you.
you.
Pleasure to meet you too, there, BB.
Nice to
Take
meet
care.
you.
Mushroom, always a pleasure.
All right, see ya. See ya, monkey lips.
Grandma Monkey Lips is my name.
Mexican.
Grandma
Hold on.
monkey lips.
Can we add Mexican to that?
Senorita
Oh, yeah.
monkey lips. Ay, ay, ay.
No.
I'll tell you the cool part. I will tell you the cool part. My family over Thanksgiving was calling me Grandma Monkey Lips the whole time.
Nice.
That's
That's great.
A 12-year-old sister, man, she finds the stuff, and she watched the stream actually with you on your stream when we hopped off of mine and came to yours that day. She was there, and I'm like, how, child, how?
Well, that's good. It's good that she's, taking in some.
Well, it's actually, I will say, like, she's like, it was based. I'm like, how do you know the lingo? It's apparently off of Twitch or something. And she's in reality of it. She's like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Gives me a hope for future generations.
Yeah. Same here. I'm not doing this for like, hopefully some women will change, but I'm not doing this for like my generation. I'm like talking on these things for my kids' generations and so forth.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right. Have a good night. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I don't know. I got a few more things we could address on like the Ashley stuff. Really quick.
Ash thought. Go back to that crazy bitch.
We can really quick finish up, and then I can watch you guys watch this new lovely person you guys found.
Oh no.
Watching.
No, this is old news, Rishi. This is old crazy bitch news that we've already collected her.
This is new news for me, so it's kind of interesting. But anyway, I guess there's like a few more things. Mm-hmm. I need to give a public apology to Undead Chronic, okay? You want to know why?
Why?
Because I think I costed him some titty pics. So I apologize, Undead Chronic.
God, yes. Oh.
I costed you some titty pics. I'm sorry. But
oh yeah, Ashcott wanted to send him titty pics.
No, apparently I guess she didn't. But it's probably because of me coming in there. But I'll just say this one last thing, because I'll speak directly to Ashley because she's probably listening right now.
Oh yeah,
Ashley, you seem to think that I was under orders or something like that. I don't know, like, why exactly you think like that. If like who exactly I'm taking orders from. I'm guessing it's like, one of like Caduceus or like Self-Made or Uncle Guns or even Minka. I don't fucking know. But the fact is of the matter, you have built a lot of animosity with not just them, but a lot of other people as well. Is people notice how you treat other people. And when you go into shows, when you act like this, it not only affects. Well, let me say this. It not only looks bad upon you to them, the people you treat, but it also looks bad upon people who are cool with the people you treat badly, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So just a thought. I know you might not even take this. So, whatever. And as for the receipts, at least the stuff I was really harping on, the public displays, the Simp Hunter show, the Minka allegations, whatever you want to call them, those are going to stay with them. Oh, yeah. Uncle Guns, I got to stop. Uncle Guns is going to punish me because he's my handler. Oh, but anyway, all that other stuff, the receipts, sorry, you're not going to get any. So I guess you just got to release them to yourself. Yeah. So anyway, that's all I have to say on that.
Wow. I don't know why you guys waste time with crazy bitches, honestly. They will forever have you trying to defend yourself. That's their power move. They throw shit. You publicly grab the shit and then you're like, this isn't my shit. And then you attempt to throw it back and it does nothing because they have more and more shit. So
yeah, I'm like, this is the only time. Good mother. I'm done. Like, I'm not gonna address this anymore. If she wants to go on with this, she can. It's whatever.
Yeah.
That's the way I am. If you want to talk about you want to talk to me. I don't care. What are you gonna do?
Confuse and cause chaos. That's what they do.
Well,
Well, this is a new crazy bitch for you, Rishi.
I guess so. She's got a whole complaint box to put in.
A whole complaint
Oh.
box. Yeah.
Yeah, do they make mushroom gummies?
Maybe. Who knows?
Watch out. If they make mushroom gummies, man, you're fucked.
Oh.
Oh,
I'm telling you, I
RJ.
got it for the weed gummies.
Yeah.
RJ
Well,
Regan?
yeah, RJ's in the chat. Mr. Michigan, or could have been.
Hey, RJ, I'm from your part of Michigan originally, by the way. Grand Rapids, Kent County. So that's why I'm as red as I am. He'd know that.
Yeah. Well, I don't really have anything else. I wanted to share originally the psychology stuff, and I know Billy. By the way, that fucking little video is so funny.
Which one?
The little video with Rishi in it. This one.
Oh.
I only say that because I've been telling the men to get the fuck out of my way while I sort out all these crazy bitches. And these white knights, these crazy bitches have been able to get a lot of these white knights to try to defend their honor against me personally. I know you haven't done that at all.
No.
But it's just kind of been a thing. There's quite a few guys that have come at me in defense of these crazy bitches. And it's like I've been trying to tell them to move. So this video is so damn funny.
The Okie short. What do you mean so?
Uh-oh. You didn't see the Okie one, Rishi?
Like, who's Okie again?
Rishi's never done anything bad.
Oh no.
It's something you see.
Oh,
you can't
the sniff? Oh, I know what you're talking
So let
about.
me straighten that out. Oh no,
I don't know why my internet's doing that.
I like Rishi too. Oh no, I like Rishi too. Oh no, I like Rishi too. Rishi's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me straighten that out. You're being a cocksucker right now, Rishi. Sure the fuck are.
Oh.
I love that. That is fucking beautiful. Love it. No, you saw the one with Okie in it though?
Yeah, like I know him by a different name. I know him by General Kinetics. He like every time every time he like comes back to YouTube, he uses like a different name. He never like leaves his channel up. So
well, Hermit keeps bullying him off the YouTube.
yeah. So I've noticed. Yeah. So are you talking about? I know what you're talking about. He's talking about there was like two on there, I guess. The one with Ashley being Fiona, and the other one where he like sniffs the panties.
Yes.
The infamous. But to be honest, the catch, if you're in chat still, my favorite one is hold the truth hostage. Hold the closet hostage. I'm sorry. That's the South Park one is probably my favorite.
See, I don't know any of those people. So
yeah, you got to know.
I know Tony. I don't know, and I know the hold the truth is who Tony's been kind of calling out lately. I don't know who Smash TV is though.
Yeah, his whole thing is like he calls anything gay closet because you're in the closet, right? but
Mm-hmm.
he calls everything closeted, or Closet 21 Studio, because he's in the closet. He'll constantly say that. So that's why
Okay, I
this
didn't
is like
understand that. Yeah.
so yeah. That's his whole like MO. Every time you see him, he'll mention closet. Tony did like a drinking game on his like holiday stream. I think he got a
Got
little
it.
sauced. So, but anyway,
The catch said, cheers.
oh man,
Okay, here.
it's all good. Can't wait to see what he makes next. Apparently, he's got to make more stuff. Is what he said in chat. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I don't really have anything else to share or talk about. I don't know, Rishi, did you catch any of the beginning of this string?
Not really. No.
Okay.
Came in kind of at the tail end.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then I won't.
I want to. I guess Bullets is streaming now, so
Oh yeah, Bullets is streaming. Okay.
so
That's right.
I'd like to go see that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I am gonna duck on out myself.
Okay, Chris. Thanks for
Alright.
coming up.
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Taking
Nice
the
talking to you,
class.
Rishi and Billy.
Nice talking to you as well, sir.
All right. Have a good night.
Night.
Peace.
Okay, good.
Yeah, on that note, I guess I'll bounce too.
Okay. It was good chatting with you, Rishi. You're welcome anytime.
Oh,
If you have any crazy bitch issues, let me know. I'll add them to my list. I have a lot of room on my list, so.
Well, I'll be sure to do that.
Okay.
All right. Good
Bye.
night, everybody.
Catch you later, Rishi.
Well, Billy, this
Yeah.
is my all-time favorite video. I love it. The catch. What'd you call me? The T whatever? The Terminator one?
Oh, the T-800.
Yeah.
That's like Metroid.
Oh, I don't know.
But if I'm correct, I think Metroid is actually a female character in the computer game world.
Oh, really? Well, let me pull up Bullets. Drop a link for that. Pearls for Swine.
Had a back and forth with her earlier today on the Discord. So
Here we go.
yeah. Lori's great. She is. She's been a good friend, for many years. Just as you have as well. I hope Mr. Kaw's doing well.
Well, do you have any closing statements for the crazy bitches, Billy?
Not really. No, not particularly.
Okay. I still want to. I want to kind of get with you in the future when you have some time to do a bit of deep diving on some. I don't know. Kind of bounce some ideas about some stuff that I've been seeing, and see if they kind of match up with what you've been saying.
Yeah, sure. Okay. No
Yeah.
idea what you're talking about, but okay.
just some community stuff, how it reflects in many other bubbles. It's the same damn thing playing out everywhere, Billy.
Yeah. Well, I'm hearing about a lot of, well, not a lot, but a particular drama thing that's happening recently. That seems to be dividing some of the guys.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just see it as a little bit of silliness, really. Not really important. but for some reason, to those involved, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there's an aspect of the white knight's gonna white knight. And if anybody seems to look like a damsel in distress, that'll engage. Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's kind of like that superhero cape swooping into the rescue.
Yeah.
And it gets a bit cheesy, or it's not necessary. There's a cartoon show over here called Captain Underpants, and that's what it reminds me of.
Captain Underpants.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's rubbish, but I mean the idea
Right.
of just someone flying around wearing their underpants. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it feels like. And acting without thinking first as well. So it's like, whoa, do you realize who you're trying to save?
Right.
What it is you're trying to do?
Yeah.
And on top of it, you've got it's got nothing to do with you yourself,
Right.
but you're swooping in out of left field or whatever, interjecting yourself, and now you're wondering, now your stresses and anxieties are increasing. So it's kind of like self-inflicted harm at that point, you know. So it's like, do you even have any room to be complaining anymore?
Right.
Like, I'm unhappy. I'm not enjoying what I'm seeing, but I'm here because I have to save the day. Here I come to save the day, and it's just like, no, you don't. You don't need to. You
Right.
know,
Right.
sometimes you need to let the fire burn out of its own accord.
Yeah. Yeah.
And sometimes, like, I suppose it's like good intentions. They don't mean it, you know. They're trying to. It's in good intentions, but then you got that saying like, "The road to hell is paved with good intentions," and sometimes with all these additional people getting into the muddle of the situation, it drags it out even longer, far longer than it needs to be.
Right.
If you just let these people butt heads, it'll probably be over in an afternoon.
Yeah.
But we hear it week after week, and it's like, oh, did you see this video? Did you hear what happened? And it's like, oh, fuck off.
Right. Well, but you're in the realm of toxic female nature and toxic female competition. Like, female competition drags on. It's not a one and done like the men do.
Well,
that's when I see it taking place. I'm like, I see this passive aggressive. I see the shit that's going on behind the scenes, just based on people's behavior and where they're going and who they're talking to. I'm like, this is toxic female behavior. But
yeah,
I think it's how the men have had to adapt to be aggressive online, because they can't be physically aggressive with who they want to be. So they almost take it out somewhere else, which is weird.
I don't know if it's like splitting hairs or trying to placate to like the women. I mean, you call it like toxic female behavior, and I can see why, and a lot of people do. But I mean, I'm a little bit more inclined to be like, no, this is more just emotionally dysregulated, out of control behavior, which we so happen normally see in females. So we kind of attribute to it as female behavior. But this behavior really it's not really gender bias. It's just whoever is just emotionally dysregulated and out of control and having stresses and all these problems, they'll be acting in similar ways, in similar fashions. But for me personally, it gets a bit frustrated because it's like, so people might catch my attention with it or ask for some of my input, and it's like, right, so I have the option. It's like, do you want a deep dive on it, or do you want the simplistic answer?
Right.
And it's almost like neither is what they really want to hear.
Yeah.
So what's the point of even like asking me how that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I saw a certain bastard factory was tagging you, and then she wasn't getting a response, so she started going after Red Pill Pope.
Well, I don't know what she. I don't really. It's whatever. I mean, if she wants, I heard that she wants to do a rebuttal of my video, which it's just like, come on.
She did. She did.
Like I said before, like you're basically digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole.
No, you saw it, right, Billy?
I didn't.
Did you?
I didn't see the actual video. I just saw a message saying that she's going to be doing one.
Okay, so she did. Where is it? Oh, is it not here anymore? She literally played the same video. She played her son, the video of her son again.
So good, because that's not going to help her. You know, it's like at this point, I don't need to prove myself or defend myself. So
Right.
I don't owe you shit. You know.
Right.
So, like, I'm done and dusted, basically.
Yeah.
There's nothing I need to be doing. I'm not going to be doing any monkey backflips for her or anything like that.
Right.
I mean, if you want a part 2 of the video I made, and give me more sort of material, like that's that, you know, thanks to her. Like, I've already got some ideas, but you know,
Yeah.
I don't really want to have to do one.
Right.
I do want to put my energy elsewhere in more deserving places. But hey, you want to have a laugh and you want to mess around, you know.
Well, the name of Bullet's stream right now is Pearls for Swine.
I mean, this is what I was saying, like leading up to it, which was kind of like I don't need to be talking. I don't need to demand a conversation with her, or you know, or whoever. I've got my opinions. I make my points, and that's it. It's not really open for a debate or discussion.
Right.
You're the one trying to make me talk to you.
Right.
But okay, because you're demanding and you feel entitled to it. All right, I'll be Mr. Nice Gentleman guy and be like, right. So what is it what's on your mind? And they try and spin it around as if it's like me wanting to talk to them.
Right.
You know, so it's like I'm supposed to go to their platform to go on
Right.
their stream as if I've got the grievance. It's like, no, you come to me, you know. And even then, like, you're lucky I'm letting you come to me, because as far as I'm concerned, this is not really open for a debate. But whatever, to make you feel happy, whatever you want, you know. And this is the old lesson of, like, be careful what you ask for. You want this conversation? Fine, we'll have this conversation.
Yeah.
You want me to retract? Then fine, I'll retract. You know, whatever it is you want, whatever makes you feel happy. But it doesn't change anything at the end of the day.
Right.
And if anything, like I said at the very beginning, you know, just keep your bloody mouth shut. And the reason why I say like blood or fucking mouth shut is because it is a fucking mouth that's going to get you into fucking trouble.
Yep. She doesn't get it though.
But
she thinks if she can silence people, it'll keep her ass out of trouble, and it won't.
You know, but I mean, really, I should know better anyway, and not have said anything. Like, even if you spell it out in the most simplistic of ways, we all know that that's the last thing they'll actually do.
Yeah.
So I don't know if actually trying to help them out
I don't care about helping them.
is it in a backwards way condemning them to their own fate.
Yeah, I don't care about helping them. They've already their fate is already sealed, Billy. There's nothing that they can do to get out of it.
Yeah.
Like, and that's something I did notice. She posted some picture about a sociopath or something, and she was like, "Yep," trying to allude to me being a sociopath, and I'm like,
"Where's her qualifications? Where's her credentials?"
No,
You know.
but the traits of a sociopath, I definitely agree to have those towards crazy bitches like her. So it's like, am I the sociopath, or do crazy bitches like that bring out that nature in me? Because it's all context specific.
Well, be that as it may, or whatever the case, that's before that even comes into question. It's, where's the credentials? You got no authority to even be uttering such words at this point.
Right.
So you can't even bring, unless you've got the qualifications, according to her own rules and logic, you can't even be bringing the idea of psychopathy to the table. Thou shalt not speak of such words. You are forbidden to utter them from your lips.
Yeah.
And any other diagnosis.
Yep.
But is she going to listen to me? Of course not. So, you know, even though it's her own rule.
Right.
So she doesn't even listen to her own sensibilities, if you call it that.
No, like she says, rules for thee and not for me, right?
Yeah, so the hypocrisy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't even, this isn't. This is a silly little conversation we're having anyway. So
she wanted it. She's been dying for my attention. She keeps poking at you guys to try to get my attention. So here you go, Alice. Here's a little bump that you can carry throughout your whole fucking week.
Oh, they're speaking about me. Yay, someone's thinking about me. They do care.
Right. Dude, that crazy bitch mentioned me I don't know how many times on Thanksgiving. Now mind you, she's been pseudo virtue signaling that she's, has this great family and her life is amazing and she's just this great mother and she does all this great work in her community and blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, on the day, Thanksgiving Day, and then she cooked all this food. I don't know how in the fuck she has so much time in all of this stuff to keep thinking about me and post about me, which she kept doing on fucking Thanksgiving. Like I never think about this crazy bitch until she's like, boom, hello, poking at me.
Isn't Thanksgiving a time of gratitude and appreciation? So this is her way of saying thanks to you.
Oh, was she? Oh, maybe.
It's like, I'm thinking of you, good mother.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she was complaining about the gulag, the mind prison she finds herself in. And then pretending like it's never going to happen when it already happened.
Yeah. I don't know if I should pull you up over this idea of implanting the gulag and the mind virus that you're being accused of recently.
Well, it's an antivirus is what I had been saying. Yeah.
In technicality, I suspect it's a case that the gulag mindset and the mind virus was already present.
Oh, yeah.
So you're not really implanting any of it because it's already there.
I appropriated it.
Well, it's more, I think more like you're just shining a light on it. You're showing the mirror so they can see it for themselves or something like that.
Yeah. But my mirror causes them to be like, oh, you put that there.
Yeah.
When I'm like, no, I'm just shining the light on it.
Yeah. So they're trying to say that you're the crazy bitch that is going around implanting mind viruses, but it's not really the case.
Right.
If that was the case, then these people have no boundaries over their own mind. That means you can implant anything, not just a mind virus. You can tell them to basically go jump off a cliff, like you said earlier, and they'll do it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They better fuck around, and they'll find out that I'll have them drinking Kool-Aid by the end of the week.
Now, you extrapolate this out further, and they'll be like, oh, no, I'm not going to just be brainwashed like that and jump off a cliff. So it's like, oh, right. So you do have some sort of form of boundary. However, when it comes to a mind virus, you're now susceptible to it. So which is it? Do you have ownership and self-care responsibility or not? Like, why is it you're selective with what you allow to penetrate your mind then?
Right.
You know, especially if you're being told to you that this is what's like. What good? I mean, you could make the argument. It's like, well, I've been duped and I didn't realize I was naive. But
Right.
if I was to con you and I said, "Hey, good mother, I'm gonna con you now. You know, I'm about to trick you, right?
Right.
Like,
Right.
can I borrow your purse? You know,
Yeah.
you'd like, hang on, you just said you're gonna trick. You know, I'll give it right back. I swear." Like, no, I don't think so. You just literally told me that you're gonna con me and trick me. So no, fuck off, Billy. You know.
Right.
Like, I've been told of these mind viruses, but I'm just helpless against them. I'm powerless. I'm a victim.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh.
It's like, look, everyone, she's doing GM's doing it. She's making me act like a crazy bitch.
Yeah. 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 That's the current narrative in the special ed or the petting zoo special ed fucking section.
Like, so you're not acting like, you're not conducting yourself how you should be. You're not acting like yourself. Do you think maybe you should go to therapy? No, not me. It's Billy that's traumatized from his childhood and projecting it on my child. And it's like, this is coming from the woman who has a diagnosis of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and is registered as a disabled person.
Right.
And you're going to say I'm the traumatized one.
Right. Yeah. Like, let's consider the source on that one.
Let's see that try.
Yeah.
And even if that was the case, then that doesn't work in her favor. This is how dumb it is, because that doesn't work in her favor. Because it's like, so if anyone were to know the potential slippery slope your child is on, if what you're saying is true, and this is my my trauma, then I see the potential of what's going to happen. You've triggered me with your child, and you're going to disregard it as what's happening. I mean, because what could end up happening is that if I'm the traumatized person, your child, could end up like me. Heaven forbid.
Right.
You know, so really, aren't you meant to be safeguarding your child from ending up like me? If I'm such a traumatized, crazy person. Right.
But that's not how they think.
No.
They can't even think.
She wants to plaster on a label on me as if I'm like some disordered, dysfunctional, crazy nut job that is a victim, and I'm emotionally erratic and out of control, and I shouldn't be listened to, and all this. And the thing is, it's like, where's your credentials and where's your retraction? You know. Because she was upset that, you're stating opinion as if it's fact. Well, there she's doing the exact same. She's guilty of the crimes. She's the one that's projecting, you know. So her accusations.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's just. Those are just
the mental gymnastics
those
of the crazy bitchery. I know.
Yeah.
She won't listen, but yeah, I think my mommy.
That's why there's no point. Sorry,
Billy. I think my mommy issues completely stand in the way of me even having any ability to feel any kind of sympathy or empathy for any crazy bitch, terrible mother that we have in our society. So she kept bringing up 15-year-old me, like, oh, she did all these bad things when she was 15. She was literally talking about that minor kid, right? 15-year-old me, never once giving credence to why I might have been, you know, so neglected and so able to drink and hang out and skip school at 15, totally neglecting the fact that I literally blame my terrible fucking mother for that shit. Like,
Well, it's the you talk about the mental gymnastic. I mean,
yeah.
this is something that amazes me. This is something that I would consider as awesome. Is
Yeah.
that the creativity and imagination is top notch,
Mhm.
because like I don't know how much info you've divulged on the internet, but none of you guys, no one knows about my childhood, anything. Yet
Right.
somehow she knows my childhood.
Right.
You know,
Right.
she knows I'm traumatized, and in what way. You know, so the leaps and bounds, the is stupendous, is awesome. But, and this is why fundamentally, you know, I'm at a point where I'm not particularly interested in what she has to say anymore, because it's full of baloney. She's
Yeah.
she's not a credible, like, not witness, but I mean credible, like she's got no credibility, and it's just like a buffoon basically. So it's like,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, taking out the trash is far more interesting than having to bother. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just spitballing. This is like
Yeah.
freebie. I'm not even like busting a brain cell trying to come up with any of this. I'm not even like when I was talking with BB earlier, you know, I'm trying to be a bit like, how can I sound clinical? How can I sound psychological and make it articulated and pertinent and profound and philosophical and make it zen and all this sort of stuff.
Right.
But what we're saying here right now is just like, this is like, give me a pint of beer and we can just chat shit at the pub kind of talk. You know, this is like meaningless.
Yeah.
Go to bed and forget who even said any of it kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because that's how unimportant it is.
Yeah. Like, really. And that's how unimportant these crazy bitches are. You know what's strange? She claims to, like, you know what? I'm glad my mom was such a piece of shit. Because you know what? She gave me a really good example of how not to be in life. And I turned out pretty good considering. I've never had any bastards. I've never been to jail. I've never been in trouble with the law. I've, you know, developed a very stable profession. I have a lot of good relationships in my life. That can't be said for that little bastard factory who claims to have such a great mother, even though, I mean, just in comparison where she is in her life, I guess I should thank my crazy bitch of a mom for that. Because you know what? That gives me hope actually for her sons, that they'll look at her and be like, ooh, you know, maybe I shouldn't go down that road. Or, I mean, I don't know. Unless she fucks them up really bad in her son husband training. I don't know, Billy. I feel bad for those poor little bastards. I still feel bad for them because they're kids.
I was doing some homework with my kid earlier this evening, and the thought came into my mind was like I'm glad she has teachers at school, because if I had to sort of homeschool my kid and come up with some of these exercises, it would be a job in itself, you know, like a career. I mean, this is like, you know, teacher at school is a career. So, and being a teacher at home would be like an unpaid profession or whatever. But it made me wonder, because it's like, I mean, it's easy stuff. Like, you know, she's in the end, she's 9 years old. Like, it's spelling tests and, you know, like multiplications, but it's still like a taxing effort to like come up. Like, so if I had to like think, all right, what words am I going to test her on? You know, I'd be like, fucking hell, right, 12 words, 15 words. I'd be like, oh, right, okay, how do I grade this in terms of level of difficulty, and what will tomorrow's words be, set of words, and what will the next day's set of words be, and plan out the entire academic year with a gradual progression, thinking of like, what things are we going to be learning and discussing? Like, she's learning about Anglo-Saxons in history. I would never think to teach my kid Anglo-Saxons just off the cuff,
Right.
I might teach her about, I talked to her about World War II. I talked to her about the Great Fire of London. I talked to her about the last century. But I never I talk about dinosaurs and astrology, but I never really think about going to like Tudor and Stuarts and medieval England, and So it's kind of funny that, like, while my kid is going to school, the feedback I get, or witnessing what she's learning, like, I feel like I'm going back to school as well. So I know some stuff from Anglo-Saxons now, thanks to my kid.
Right.
And same with like all the other stuff, not just history, but any of the sort of subjects you might be coming home with. It's like I learned about there's like 3 different types of, or 3 different methods that plants, their seeds can how they spread their seeds out. I was like, I didn't realize there was actually like 3 different ways, but now that you point it out, I suppose it makes sense. Like, one is like helicopter type seeds, they kind of float in the wind. Another one, it will be like animals eat the seeds and poop it out.
Yep.
And then I've forgotten what the third one is, but there's another one anyway. Now, so my point is that if I was just left on my Todd to think of how to plan out an entire curriculum, a broad range of subjects, I'd probably do a lousy job of it.
Yeah.
So it makes me wonder, therefore, like, when you have someone who is homeschooling their kid,
who's
qualifications in teaching?
Fucking legally retarded, fucking retarded.
Right, and it's like, where are their teaching qualifications?
Right. Right.
Now, I'm not making an accusation. I'm not making a claim. It's just a curiosity and wonder of mine. But, but that's how it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and it must be like, if it's all above board and legit and all cushy or whatever, all going well, then hats off, credit to it, because it's a monumental task to be a teacher. Like, I'm sure my kids' teachers, when they finish their working day and they go home, they're pretty much exhausted. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but I mean, like, they're marking papers, they're preparing for tomorrow's lesson. So I'm sure their home life is exhausting.
Dude, I know a lot of teachers, and that crazy bitch spends more time on the internet. Like the amount of time that she spends psycho stalking me and this channel and all the guys who come here, she's taking away from her kids' future and their education.
Well, that's another dynamic where you got teacher, you got the teacher role, and you got parent role, and you're trying to merge the two together.
Right.
So that can be dicey in itself, because if you've got a kid who you want to take, like, maybe the authority of what their teacher is trying to teach them, but then you've got the leniency of like mother or father saying, don't worry about your homework, or your coursework or whatever. We can muck around and play a bit of football, or do whatever you feel, play a bit of Nintendo or something, because mother is not only is it teacher / parent, but / friend.
Right.
How do you divvy up the responsibilities? How much of which role is being played out at what sort of time?
I don't know how she can play out any role. She just stays up all night fucking posting shit every couple hours. So I don't know. I mean, for having 2 young kids that actually need her attention during the day. I mean, unless she just pawns them off on her fucking parents that she lives with, but
Yeah.
it's weird.
Well, I mean, like, that's down to her, and it's her life and her kids, and it's,
Mm.
you know, it's, and the same applies to any sort of parents and their children kind of thing. But like for me personally, I like the separation. You know, I like my kid having separate teachers.
Yep.
I'm her dad, and I'm not your friend.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
you got friends at school. Go hassle them if you want to play
right.
friends. You know,
Right.
and then in
Well,
that way, like my kid's not looking at me like, are you as Billy, and be like, are you being my dad right now, or are you being my teacher right now, or are you being my
right.
friend?
Right.
Like,
Right.
I don't even know anymore. So
Yeah, well, I think I think I heard Kevin Samuels say a man's brain is like waffles and a woman's brain is like spaghetti, because men like compartmentalize stuff.
yeah, well, yeah, I could agree with that.
And maybe
I mean,
that
the spaghetti part, yeah, you could say like on the biological level that women's brains are wired
Yeah.
more intricately than men's are. Like you ladies can like use both sides of your hemispheres at the same time.
Yeah.
In a complementary way. I think men can do that as well, but I mean, you girls do it a lot more and a lot more efficient. Like you access both sides of your brain constantly, whereas guys are a bit more like, no, we're gonna, like you said, like compartmentalize it and use particular areas for particular jobs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, waffle brain. Yeah, I suppose that
waffle
sounds
brain.
right.
Yeah. Well, Alice's is like if you took spaghetti and then you put it in a fucking blender. That's what her brain looks like. I'm pretty sure none of these fucking neural pathways are firing correctly. They're not going. Shit's not going where it's supposed to be going, Billy.
I stopped caring. It's like if she wants to be like a genius, Albert Einstein or whatever, then fine. You do you, boo. That's what you want. Fine. You want to be awesome. Fine. You're awesome. You know, it's like, what do you want me to say?
She's not any of these things.
That's the thing. It's like, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's like it's basically, it's like at this point, it's like, what do you want me to say? What do you want to hear?
Right.
All right. You're the queen. Okay, fine. You're the queen. Happy now? Now fuck off.
No, she'll never be happy because it's not true, and she knows it.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, just leave me alone. It's like, what do you want me to say to you so I can get rid of you and leave me alone? Like, get out of my office.
Well, she's trying to monkey branch over to Red Pill Pope. Will you take care of that Alice problem? I think I'm going to have Marie pray for Alice in this situation.
I mean, I'm quickly going to prove to be no fun anymore, because if I'm just going to say whatever it is you want me to say, like, or I'm going to say what I think you want me to say, if that makes sense, then where's the fun in that? You know,
right.
Because I know that she wants the conviction. She wants me to truly believe, and that's the problem. It's like, nah. I can say it, but whether or not I believe it, now you're asking for miracles. Yeah, like.
But she wants your subjugation, Billy. Are you going to give her your,
break me? It's like
your freedom?
That's not up to me to decide. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Maybe if I had a lobotomy or something like that, then maybe try your luck then. But I don't get to make those decisions when it comes to what, like, it's like you have go like as a mental exercise. Everyone go and try and lie to yourself about something and see how well you can achieve that, knowing that you're lying to yourself. It's not really going to happen.
I can't do it.
You know, unless you're delusional. But
right.
So that's basically what she's asking me to do. And it's like, as much as I might, even if I want to, I don't know if I could. So the best I can really do is like, look, what is it you want to hear that'll make you happy and fuck off, basically, so you can carry on with your day? You want me to tell you you're the greatest? Fine, you're the greatest. Happy now? Fine. Right. Can you fuck off now? Thank you. Yeah.
Well, no, her goal is to get me, though. That's her goal. She wants me to change my mind.
Well, I owe you fuck all. I have nothing to offer you. So you're barking up the wrong tree, coming in my way, coming in my direction. Go find someone else, basically. So if she wants to come after you, good mother, then that's nothing. I can't stop her, and whether or not she gets to you and you allow it to happen, that's nothing really to do with me.
No, she can't, though. That's why she keeps going after you guys, because she can't get to me. That's the point.
She has to find some other avenue. I mean, I'm basically at this point in juncture in time. Not only is she a waste of my time, but I'm a waste of her time.
She's swine.
If she wants to make videos and rebuttals and call me out or whatever, she's basically just wasting her own time. And it's going to look a little bit foolish on her part. Because like people will probably start saying to her, like, why are you even bothering? If Billy's such a dickhead and an idiot, why are you even bothering with him? Oh, but he retract. It's like, yeah. Well, I'll retract my retract. How about that? And then when you get upset about that, I'll say, okay, I'll retract. Happy again? We could go back and forwards all day long if we want. Just like retract, double retract, triple retract. And we're like, hang on, at what point, where do we stand? I don't even know anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because even if I was being true and honest and genuinely meant, like, in some ways I do actually regret saying what I had said, because I could have saved myself a big headache sort of thing. But even if it was 100% legit retraction, like you say, she wouldn't be satisfied.
Right.
And it really wouldn't matter. I mean, it might be like a small victory in her mind, but like she might think she won the battle, but she hasn't won the war.
Right.
You know, she still has the same problem.
Oh yeah. Only it's worse now.
You know.
As time goes on, she keeps making her problem worse.
Well,
which is funny.
It's a bit of a confusing, because like she wants me to retract, and then her accusation is that I'm going after her son. And I made the point, which was like, well, how can I retract something that I didn't do? Right. So what am I retracting exactly? And what she doesn't want to have to say out of her own mouth, because it points it back at her instead of her son, because she's trying to use her son as the focal point, is I want Billy to retract the insinuation that I'm a child abuser. It's like, right. So, okay, let's say Billy retracts that. The thought of, or the issue of child abuse is still present. Mm-hmm. It doesn't really erase anything.
Right.
It doesn't it's not like, I mean, from me having no credentials, she's hoping to be like, you see, everyone, I'm not a child abuser because I have proof. Look, Billy retracted. He's my qualifier.
Right.
It's like, what, the guy who's got no qualifications? Maybe you need to get someone with real qualifications to check your alleged child abuse then.
Mm-hmm.
If you want vindication. It's like, oops, didn't think of that one. Oh, no, now I've made it worse. And it's like, see, told you should have just kept your mouth shut, your effing mouth shut, because you're digging yourself a deeper hole.
Mm-hmm.
And I said at the very beginning, any way you try and spin this, it's going to backfire.
Yep. Oh,
And
yeah.
I've, in the last 30 minutes or however long we've been discussing, I've already brought up several ways that she's yet again dug it even deeper.
Yeah.
But I don't care. You know, it's not like something I'm going to pursue and be like, haha, I'm going to go after Alice or go after her son. I mean, the damaging, the blow has already been, what's the expression, like the damage has already been done or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't need to twist the knife. Metaphorically speaking, you know, she'd be like, "Oh, what knife? Oh, I didn't tie his arms up. I didn't tie his hand behind his back. There was no knife. There was no
Right.
gun." It's
Right.
like, duh.
Yeah.
No, of course not. You don't need one. That's how psychologically and emotionally damaging it is.
Right.
You know, you could just give him a death stare and he'll know what the message means.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Your position of authority that, you know, all these really fucked up, abusive, manipulative
I mean,
mothers
that's
like
part what-
to abuse.
Yeah, I mean, that's part
Like,
what the-
they not only abuse their kids, they abuse their position of authority to abuse their kids.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the body language and like the twerking eyebrows is a form of communication. You know,
Oh, God.
words do not
Twerking
even need to
eyebrows.
be uttered. You just give him
Right?
a sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and he'll be like, "Ah, I know what you want, and this is what I'll do."
Yeah.
You know.
See, and a kid relies on their parents for fucking survival. They're going to want to please their parents. And taking advantage of that is really fucking disgusting. I have no pity for these fools, these crazy bitch mothers that
Well,
like
it's
to.
it's on a multiple level,
Yeah.
unfortunately, sadly. And I mean, one argument she could have in her favor, if she was clever enough, would be to be like, "Oh shit, I was so naive, I didn't realize." You know, and be like, "Thank
Billy.
you, I'm gonna stop doing that." But that's not what
Billy.
she you know.
She will never admit to being wrong
That's
or
the
an
thing.
incompetent mother
Yeah.
because, she will never, and she will never admit that I fucking pointed that out from the get-go, from the start.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. I mean,
she even admitted to Clue and Cybertoxin when they were trying to calm her down from her little spurgery. She even admitted, well, I learned something from this situation. I sure learned that I shouldn't put my kid on the internet. Like, that's what she learned.
but I thought
Yeah.
this was for educational purposes, and she was the Mother of the Year award. So
Yeah.
surely we should be seeing more content with her and her son, because we all need her way of teaching. You know, this is the other sort of stupidity of it.
Yeah.
It's like if there's nothing wrong with it, then why has the video been taken down?
Yeah. Putting up and taking down and putting up and taking down and putting up.
So I don't know.
See, she keeps going through the same pattern though. The same pattern. She'll throw a few things out there. She'll feel super insecure. So then she'll talk herself up a little more to the world, which hardly anybody's paying attention. The only reason I fucking notice is because she keeps tagging me and shit. But she gets hardly any response. And then she throws out a poem there that kind of victimizes herself and is like, oh, poor me, poor me.
Well, yeah, so she might, like, she's probably watching this and be like, oh, they're talking about me again.
Yeah.
But, and it's not fair. They're always picking on me. And that's not quite true. I can't remember who this woman is called, but I'm thinking of, she's a black woman, and she said something, talking about her, I think she has 2 sons, but I think she's talking, I think she had 2 sons, but how those boys are her bodyguards.
Women's Sphere podcast. Yes.
They'll die for it. Right. So she's another, I haven't heard of her since that video. I don't know if she's ever made any further videos or got into debate and just heated conversations and defending herself or anything like that. As far as I'm concerned or aware, she's off the radar, like gone. I'm sure she's still around, but I mean, like I don't hear of her. Now I could make a little satire parody video of what she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
She never came after you, though.
No, and
she took our criticisms and then changed some shit in her life afterwards.
Yeah, and she's in a bit of a more of a distant kind of community. It's like I don't know even what kind of circle or bubble, sphere she's from. So it's out of like it's not in the same kind of territory or whatever.
Yeah.
Like she's far away, distant kind of thing. So what I'm suggesting is that basically, if Alice took maybe a page out of her book, she, for all intents and purposes, could have had a similar outcome where it's like people like me and maybe you would stop discussing her.
Right.
But she wants to play stupid games. Well, guess what? You're going to win. You're going to win stupid prizes.
Yeah, that's the difference between Women's Fair. Actually, Sun was over there. Sun kind of reinforced what we were talking about over to her, and she actually apparently gave her sons to their dads, which Alice I don't think has that. Alice doesn't have that either ability or want. I don't know. I've been hearing some stuff floating around that she's keeping the kids away from their dads. Maybe I don't know. It's just hearsay at this point, but yeah, it's weird. She takes zero accountability for anything.
Yeah, it's just that's the sort of weird thing. I try and the sort of the sensible thing, the advice has been spelled out in most simplistic ways to you. The best course of action type of stuff, and it's almost like this adamant defiance of like, nope, not gonna do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut off my nose to spite my face. And
that ego. That fucking ego, which is weird because literally the stupidest person I've come across online has the biggest fucking ego. Like the most retarded person ever.
Oh, yeah, it's like I'm going to put all right, psychologically speaking, now you got your ego and your sense of self, etc. So this fragile, vulnerable sense of self who isn't coping says to the ego, okay, I'm going to entrust my life in your hands and you're going to save me and look after me because you're this grandiose ego of mine. Right. So the ego says, fine, I'm going to be your master and ruler and do what I say. Right. But the ego, and they think, wonderful, that means I'm going to survive and I'm going to be looked after. But the ego is just like, no, I don't give a fuck about you. Right. I might be inside your head, but I don't give a shit what happens to you. Right. You're going to do what I say, and I'm going to play like this is going to be a train wreck, or I'm going to be self-destructive.
Yeah,
and that's what is baffling, because it's like if you had someone who was like that on your side, like a friend, it's like, please, friend, help me, and they went, okay, I'm going to be your master, and I'm going to ruin you, and I don't really care anything about you. I'm just going to, if anything, you're going to be a laughing stock and ridiculed and all. You'd get rid of this friend. You'd be like, you ain't my friend. I'm better off on my own, even if I'm struggling.
Right.
Like you're my executioner. And this is the problem. It's like the ego is, they look at it as the savior, but it's really, like the executioner. It's going to be the cause of their demise.
Right.
But they're helpless to fight against it. and they're just like,
Are they though? Are they helpless
No,
to fight
no.
against it, or they're making the choice to take the L, admit you're fucking wrong, and fucking apologize for being a little cunt?
Yeah, basically what you're saying. Yeah, they're not helpless. No,
No, they're not.
they might be at a disadvantage in terms of like they have no life experience and they're going to need a lot of help and support. But this is where it's like if you take some humility and be humble and admit to making some mistakes and admit to not being perfect, then you've got a fighting chance in life.
Yeah.
But if you're going to double down because this is just, it's exhausting, the mental gymnastics. But yeah, they become too heavily invested in it, and they spend more energy. I mean, it's like you say, like, no, they're not helpless because they've got so much energy to be able to play all these games and project and be contradictory and have all these narratives of fantasy and delusions. If only they actually like harness that power into actually pulling their finger out, then they could be the ruler of the butthole nation.
Right.
They could actually get their dream that they aspire to greatness if they
Right.
actually did that. But
yeah. Yeah. Well, they're
Anyway.
not going to do it until they're all rounded up and physically put in the gulags. So until then they can be imprisoned in the mind palace with all these boundaries.
It's just too great.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah.
But where, you know, their ego isn't the problem. We are. That's how they're sort of seeing.
Right.
We're the obstacle to their greatness. It's like, all right, what do you want to hear? You want to hear? We'll all go. Okay, we'll make you happy. You want good mother to leave you alone? You want good mother to fuck off? All right, fine. You got your wish. Happy now? No.
I have been ignoring this crazy bitch, and she keeps poking and poking, just like all the other crazy bitches.
Why is she happy then? She should be
Completely
happy, right?
fucking ignoring this cunt. Yeah,
See?
yeah.
I
No,
thought she'd be happy. This would be the greatest wish.
I've like all these people that are like, quit doing this stuff to me, quit doing this stuff to me, are literally the people doing the things to me that they're complaining that I'm doing to them, which is so fucking weird. That's what's weird about this whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Like what did John say and on Kush's stream? Like they're throwing their hands and then hiding them like they didn't fucking do anything.
I mean, what they'll do is be like, you're not gonna ghost me. I'm gonna ghost you instead. Take that, good mother. Like, fuck you. It's like, all right, let's all of us go sit in a corner in silence and let's see who can last.
Yeah.
You know, we won't talk about you. You don't talk about us, and let's see who's gonna be happier. Who's gonna be content.
I don't need to talk about her anymore. I have everything that I needed from that crazy bitch. So
I mean, we're only using her as a focal point because there's this is more of a really it's a topic based discussion. It just happens to have an exemplary example that we could utilize to make
super exemplary
to make it clear.
Right.
Make it more tangible and relatable. Otherwise, we're just talking about like concepts and spirit. It's almost like we're talking about ghosts in a way. So, for the purposes of a discussion, it's handy to have someone that we can actually refer to as a living example of what's being discussed. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it happens to be you. Right? It's actually not really anything personal, because I'm sure there are plenty.
Right. No, because like there's hundreds of thousands of these soulless bitches everywhere else too. Like that's what maybe that'll help these crazy bitches understand that they're not fucking special. Like they're not special in their crazy bitchery. They're literally just like another crazy bitch. And for some reason they take this shit so personally, I think because they think they're so fucking special and they're not.
It's another stupid, like, if you really be careful what you ask for. Let's say, I would never want to wish I was special, because, and I wouldn't really want any of my friends or wish that upon any of my friends either, because with that of being like superior or higher than anyone else, that means you like fundamentally, like, you've got a greater height to fall from. But inevitably or indubitably, is that the word, you would incur disappointment.
Right.
So as much as you want to be special and unique and all this, you come to realize, hopefully, that actually you're not really that special, and
Right.
there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, kind of backwards sort of way, by being ordinary, that is the speciality.
Right. Being normal, not crazy,
Right.
makes you special. Oh, plot twist, crazy bitches, y'all aren't special. Or relevant, as that Catalina Castillo.
You want to put it in more grander perspective. You'd be like, think about how many humans have been birthed and died in the whole of history. It's like this no one understands my pain kind of bullshit. So really, out of all the humans that have ever existed, you're telling me not another single person has ever experienced what you've experienced?
Impossible. It's a mathematical impossibility.
Now there is, it's almost like a double truth, because there is it is true in the sense that you yourself haven't experienced what it is that you're talking about you've experienced. So from your perspective, you can see why they would say, like, no one understands my pain. It's because you've never experienced any other pain but the pain you're experiencing. So to you, it's a new experience, or it's a personal experience. But it doesn't mean it's limited to just you.
Right.
Other people can have gone through the same thing, or if not worse, and have they can have that relatable, like we've all sort of experienced someone passing on us, so we can all kind of relate in that sort of way. But how it affects the person on an individualistic level, it differs. Your dog sounds like he's like, "Rrr."
He's whining. He wants dinner. He's whining.
Tying your arm behind your back.
He is, right? He's pulling my leg too. Or no, that's a different saying. Pulling my leg means lying. He's not lying, that's for sure. He is making himself. He's making it known that he's hungry, though.
Anyway, I should be scooting off.
Okay.
Got school in the morning in a few hours.
Yeah. Thanks for chiming in, Billy. Is there anything else? Maybe on a future one we can get you, and I kind of wanted a little more elaboration on psychology stuff when Minka was on, but
Is she a
future?
Is she a therapist or a counselor?
She's had training, actually. That's the school that she was going to finish out her. I think it's like a bachelor's or something, psychology.
Well, there you go. Well, she's more qualified than I am.
Right.
she should be. She's my role. So in all technicality, therefore, like she's a role model to me because I'm the wannabe psychologist or whatever. So
Right.
I really
Right.
should be taking notes from her.
Well, she was. Yeah. Well, we have more time. We have more time for future talks. So.
Oh yeah, we're not in any rush.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. We got the luxury of time, and people like
Oh yeah.
the
And the crazy bitches are running out of it quickly. They
every
fear. They have a lot
every
of fear.
day is in peril for them.
Yeah.
Every day is a crisis.
Yeah.
It's like what is it going to be today? I mean, it must be a horrible way of living as well. It's
Oh,
like
dude.
every time you wake up, it's just like, what the fuck am I in for today?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
They don't allow themselves to have happiness because they got that good constant survival urge of like, no, you must get adoration, you must get recognition. Like, God,
Right. And you know
you
what?
must be superior. It's just like,
I
God,
was thinking about that.
it's all done to that. It's all self-inflicted and all done to themselves. They punish themselves for it.
But to have happiness, I mean, I don't know. Maybe for me, happiness is like experiences shared with people, right? A lot of that is happiness for me. Now, if you're a crazy bitch and you don't find happiness in just,
Here's why they
you know,
can't.
having a chat with somebody and
The
connecting with them, I can see why they might be so fucking miserable and lonely.
No, look at it from the other way around. So,
Right.
if in order to have happiness,
Mm-hmm.
you have to be able to have sadness as well. It's part of the package, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of the good without the bad.
Yeah.
They've got a condition where they can't accept the bad. They can't accept sadness. If they can't accept sadness, therefore they can never accept happiness either. All they can accept
No way.
is angry. They can try and fool themselves into happiness. I mean, this is partly what the whole disorder is about: is to fool themselves into happiness, to trick themselves that everything is wonderful and they're awesome and they're great and everything like that. But it's not the real thing, and they know that they're fooling themselves. This is why they need other people's participation.
Right.
So what is more pertinent to them is trying to escape being sad. So the route to happiness is through your sadness.
Yeah.
When you know when you embrace the sad, and when you know what is sad, what hurts, then you open your heart up to being happy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why there is no light without the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're afraid of the dark, though. Oh, are they afraid of the dark?
Well, that's it. They're escaping it. So
Yeah.
so as a result, they're running away from their own happiness.
I know, which makes them like they're
they're
doing life backwards and wrong, Billy.
They're chasing something that is forever escaping them. It's getting further and further away from them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Man. Maybe they don't think they deserve to be happy, Billy. Do you think they feel like they don't deserve happiness? Or are they lazy and just want it to come too easy?
Happening is they become it's like a preoccupation where they busy themselves with, well, if I can't be happy and I don't want to be sad, then I'll just become like confrontational and I'll aggressive and I'll be resentful. So I will get a kind of like I'll be happy through my righteous indignation and through revenge. Revenge will be my happiness. And it's like, no, that's not a good way of being. That's a very unhealthy form of happiness, if you can call it that.
Yeah.
What, to be spiteful?
Right.
You know, it's like, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll be spiteful. Yeah.
Right.
And then they embrace their degeneracy, debauchery.
Yeah.
They become dirty, filthy sluts, and it's like, yeah, now I'm
Oh
happy.
yeah. Right.
Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Right.
I like toilet bowls. Yeah, I'm awesome. It's like, oh man.
Right.
Ugh.
Yeah. Well, something that I took away from me and Minka's last conversation, because she was in that territory, you know, the crazy bitch territory and the feminist territory, and you know, I mean, because of her environment, and she's made some fucking strides to you know stand up against what society wants her to be, I guess, or something like that. But she was saying, like, when people, because she's sober, so she's been sober for, I can't remember, 10-12 years.
Okay.
So stuff she learned throughout her sobriety and just all kinds of shit. When she was about to make a bad decision, her gut told her she shouldn't be doing that, and she did it anyway. And that totally reaffirmed my bias, where I'm like, these crazy bitches know what the fuck they're doing is wrong. Like, there's no way they don't know that they're fucking doing wrong. Like, these crazy bitches know that they're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Like,
well, you want another bit of evidence to support what you're saying?
Yes. Some concrete, as Trevor would like to say.
If they didn't know what they were doing was wrong, then probability would say that somewhere along the line they would actually make good choices.
Right.
They would actually do the right thing.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it'd be by accident.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
they're drawn to doing wrong.
Right.
Because they're drawn to their stubbornness and the doubling down constantly.
Yeah, it's that spiteful defiance.
Yeah.
That blocks them.
Yep.
It's like Gandalf, thou shalt not pass, and no access. You're not allowed to do the right thing. It's like, no, I'm not going to do the right thing. I'm going to do anything but the right thing.
Right. And instead of me trying to reverse psychologize them, I just stand on my fucking ground and I'm like, okay, hang yourself then, you stupid fucking bitch. That's exactly why people shouldn't be fucking listening to you. You should have no opinion in anything that matters in anybody else's life besides your own.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's like that's a bit of I guess consequence and looking into the future, which they're not really got that ability. They're just thinking, I'm not going to do what I'm being told. Fuck you. I'm going to be defiant. Haha. Now I'm happy now because like you can't tell me what to do. No. I do what I fuck you.
Right? And I'm like, why are these fucking crazy bitches voting? Why are these crazy bitches allowed to vote? Exactly. Yeah, no. And these crazy bitches hide out under the right wing and point at the left as they're doing the same bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Billy.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun having these like
crazy bitch fests.
I don't know. It's making me imagine what those my younger years drinking in the pub, just getting leery.
Yeah,
would be like a loud table.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it would be so loud.
many pints in.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you fucking guys. pubs, bars closed, go home. It's like, no.
Right. Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, my channel. Huh. Paternity coach.
Well, okay. So I'll say goodnight.
Okay, Billy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, and
Yeah.
see you when I see you, I suppose.
Yeah, I still want to touch base and talk about that stuff I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think don't worry about it too much. Like you're okay. You know.
Yeah.
You're not on the.
I don't got any crazy bitchery on me, or do I seem still pretty immune?
No, if anything, I'm actually I'm happier that you're talking to reasonable women. I mean, shout out to Marie and like Harley, you know, but to reach out to new women or
No, she reached out to me. She
Oh, right.
volunteered. Yeah. That's why I was like, when she first contacted me, I'm like, she's like, oh, hey, I'm so and so. I saw you on Tony's channel and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, okay.
And my response was like, why are you not afraid to talk to me?
Yeah, okay. Spider sense. Yeah.
Well, no. It's because she's being honest, and she's not afraid to be honest, and that's kind of something she mentioned. She's like, and I know, like, she'll hold me accountable.
Well,
I was like,
either
oh,
way,
fucking, yeah.
Yeah. So either way, how it happens or whatever.
That was all her, man. She
So in a kind of mutual way, then it's
Yeah.
good not just to see you interacting with what seems to be healthier people,
Yeah.
but for them to also be talking with yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think that's better. I mean, as in terms of where do we go from here, or progression, or like what can we do? I mean, you could spend eternity talking about crazy bitches, and as interesting as it will be, it doesn't really do anything at the end of the day. This is like what I say with narcissism. At some point, it's like it's not good to be just talking about narcissism all the time. There needs to be something needs to come from it.
Yeah.
I've actually got an article whereas I'm working on. I won't spoil it. Actually, I'll leave it at that. Sorry to tease you, but yeah. So in terms of positivity, progression, going forward, I mean, this is basically what it looks like you're stepping into that sort of direction, which I think is much more beneficial in the grand scheme of things.
I have everything from a crazy bitch book collected, Billy. I don't need any more of these crazy bitches. Like, they're all the same. I need actual honest women who will have a conversation. Those are the women that I'm interested in talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what guys might have to say about it all, but maybe it's not really anything to do with us. Maybe it is more of a your girl tang or whatever, your sisterhood thing, and us guys can just fuck off and do whatever we want, sort of thing. We'll just leave you to it.
I mean, it's part of, I mean, I appreciate her story because it's kind of like she's helping me provide some kind of insight on and reaffirming some of my things I already thought, just based on my observation, not because I experienced any of these things personally, being a crazy bitch and then not being a crazy bitch, but stuff that I've seen. Yeah. So she's kind of helping with that a great deal. And to see, and she gives me hope. Like,
well, I was gonna, So I can imagine a lot of guys being like, no fucking way, don't tell me we got unicorns and they actually exist. It's like, well,
no.
Well, maybe not unicorns, but we might have some like all right women. It's like,
right.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't give a license to there be like, like be like thirsty or whatever like that. It's like no.
She's not here to date anybody,
Right,
just like me.
exactly.
Like,
Yeah. But
yeah.
you might have a division in the men where you've got some guys. I mean, this is nothing to do with the women really. It's just the guy perspective.
Yeah.
But they'll be subdivided into those who will be like, there's no problem here. It's good to see that there are actually some sane people, which happen to be women, whatever. At this point, we need as many sane people, whatever their background,
right,
as possible.
Yes.
I'm just wondering about the section of guys which will be like, Ixnay, whatever, like no. It's too good to be true. They're all just chameleons, and
right.
It's just like guys,
and they're fine. I don't need their input for what we're working on currently. I mean, because what we're working on, none of the majority of the guys don't want anything to fucking do with anyway. So
yeah,
I don't see how it matters. I do see that though. I mean, there's a level of trust that guys, and a lot of guys just will never have in women, period. No matter how fucking saintly they are. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like
but feminists did that to them.
They feel safer and more secure just being like, nope, absolutely not, zero. They're all like evil witches or whatever.
Yeah. And I don't fuck with any of those guys. I don't go to their fucking channels. Once I get the feeling that they're, that no matter what, they want to be fucking left alone, then I fucking leave them alone.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't need them coming to my fucking channel to start shit though. No. Like, that's inappropriate.
I'm not saying that this is going to happen to your channel or like with your interactions, but you know how Marie and Harley have streams. Like, I think that's great. I haven't actually seen any of their streams. I keep meaning to check them out sometime, but there's just so many streams I just never get around to it, and I just kind of forget. But it's nice that knowing, like, although I know little of them, I know enough to know that they're decent people.
Yeah.
But they've got something going. They've got streams. They're doing work in a way or whatever. They're putting material out there. They're having conversations. They're keeping discussion alive.
Yeah.
And I don't know what their viewer base is like, if it's predominantly females or whatnot. But it's like, if I could give it a stamp of a seal of approval or whatever, they would get one. Be like, that's good stuff. Keep at it, girls, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's going to happen with you or whatnot end up going into the future, but either way, the point is that you got BB. What is her name? BB. Better Biatches.
Better Biatches. Yeah.
Right. So you've got her, and maybe you might have that channel you were watching earlier, that Radical Center.
Yeah.
Maybe you might have a conversation with. So it's like good.
Yeah.
Like, happy for it, happy for the situation, happy for you girls, and whatever. That's fine.
Yeah.
And hopefully that kind of stuff will grow and spread.
Yeah. I hope Johnny made a comment like she was thinking about coming to Texas to finish her degree. That would be cool if she came to fucking Texas A&M. I want to talk to her about little infiltrate, because I was like, what would be the best way for me to get in? Should I take some fucking college? Should I take some? Do I need to become a student to really shake things up here at this university?
Yeah, I mean, because that's on your sort of soil. I mean,
yeah,
I can see how you're like, what the logistics or whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how far apart you people are from each other and stuff like that.
Oh, she's in California.
I have no idea how far that is from.
Oh, different states. Like, yeah.
Still, it's like I have no comprehension. Like, I don't know how quickly you could drive 200 miles, say. I don't know. How many miles would it be?
To California?
Yeah.
Dude, it would
Very,
take
very far, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
200 miles, like, for me, it's like, I think
Another country.
I think on the door of like Wales. I think Wales might be about 300 miles. And to drive it might be, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours maybe. I have no idea. I've never driven it, obviously, but just thinking back in the old days when we went in my dad's caravan, and that would be like an all-day thing, you know, an old caravan. So I'm guessing in a modern car, half the time, a day's drive, maybe 6 or 7 hours. I don't know. Take a couple of hours just to get out of London, and that's like only, you know, the border here is.
Yeah, so the states here are like countries over there.
Yeah, I mean, you could just like bomb it down the road, right? You know, just like pedal to the metal kind of thing. That's what I'm imagining.
Los Angeles, for instance. Hold on, I'll tell you how many miles it is for me.
Is it the case where you end up thinking, well, it'd be easy to get a plane?
Yeah, no, anything over 6 hours really is plane for me.
Right, so you just get a plane.
Yeah. LA, California. Yeah, we're talking.
I was watching one of One Fast Dax videos of him driving around, and I was just like, look, like, you know, he's filming it out of his windscreen. I was thinking, you lucky bastard, you know, the roads are empty and wide and just nice looking.
Yeah, we're talking 1,500 miles.
1,500 miles. Jeez. That's like the top of Scotland or something like that for me.
Yeah, fuck that shit. It's 22 hours and 4 minutes.
If you guys saw the kind of roads that, you know, speaking of which, I nearly had a car nearly clip my mirror today. You know, it was getting that tight in the street. But yeah, narrow roads.
Yeah. Anyway, where were you going with that?
I can't remember. Oh, no. You brought up like she's in California and she might come to Texas, and I'm just like, I have no idea how far this is.
Oh yeah. The chick to finish her psychology degree. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. I'm gonna contact her anyway. See if I can have a chat with her.
Yeah.
Sure, the crazy bitches have already beat me to it. She's already gotten 14 emails. Well, no, the last person had 8 emails.
Yeah.
We'll see. Don't mind my crazy bitch baggage. Just don't listen to them. I'm only dangerous if you lie to me. So, I mean, how else can I be more clear about that?
Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm gonna get going.
Okay, Billy. Thank you.
So take care.
All right.
Everyone in the chat. See you all later. Behave, Bubbles. Behave.
Bubbles. Hello, Lawrence. By the way, let's see what Bullet's saying. Missed Bullet's entire fucking
See
stream.
how this works out. What they need to do is get rid of the fucking public school system altogether and go back to fucking homeschooling or private schooling.
Oh, shit.
That's where it needs to fucking be. And get rid of all these
Charter
fucking woke
schools.
ass teachers and shit like Veritas exposed. You know, because they don't hire Christians or Catholics or Jews. You know, they specifically hire people that are woke and shit to program your kids with communist propaganda and bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was praising your great works earlier, Hermit, in case you missed that. You're doing an awesome job, with your mentorship stuff, man, and inspiring others, to, go their own way and do their own thing, and keep that up, dude. Shut up, Joe.
All right.
Women want their free daycare. Yeah, well, you know what? Everybody wants everything free, don't they? Everybody
Right.
wants something for nothing, you know?
Yeah, Vega. Here, what's up to bullets? This is where I'm going. Tom's. We'll see y'all later. I'm about to end this. Lawrence, good to see you. Red Pill Pope.
Keep working on him, Hermit. Keep working. Inspire
Frank,
him.
see you later.
His story is important. People need to hear it. Just like they need to hear mine, just like they need to hear Cush's or, and everybody else, that participates. If it's easier for him, you don't have to do it on a live. I would do it on a video. Just record it, and interview him and then post it up later. So that way he doesn't feel any pressure, under an audience. I can understand. Even Kush, when he first started streaming, he wasn't really sure. I think, if it would work out for him. I think he said that he did it before or he live streamed before, but I don't know. I can't speak for Kush, but he's come a long way. Did I do an origin story? Yes, actually, over on TNFS's channel. I went over there and did an interview. It's called Interview with a Ghost Monk. And I.
That's right. That's actually a good chat. All right, I'm going to end this, y'all. I feel like I need a closing video. I'm going to play I'm going to play this, The Catch. This is just too funny. Too damn funny. And I'm so glad that Toadstool wouldn't simp for fucking Ash Spot. Because he's smart. Dude is smart. All right. I'm going to play this and then end it. It's good chatting with you. Maybe. I don't know why it's not working. There we go.
Richie's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me straighten that out. Oh no, I like Richie too. Actually. Oh no, I like Richie too. Actually. Oh no, I like Richie too. Actually. Richie's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me straighten that out. You're being a cocksucker right now, Richie. You sure the fuck are.